like I used to write little things, and each book had something different written.
Yep.
And one or two books, it was spelling mistakes, so I had to buy those books because I was so embarrassed. So I bought those books with spelling.
It's time for Gab'n Doodle.
Hi. How's everyone doing tonight? It's Gab'n Doodle, which means everybody should be having a good night already. And you're bound to have a better night. Not because of me, but because of our guest tonight. And so I hope everybody gets a chance to hang in there and watch. Tonight we have the one, the only Renata Liwska is going to be joining us. This book, Red Wagon, this one's from the library. We have the board book, and I can't seem to find it. It's been stashed away somewhere in this house. But the board book was a mainstay in our son's younger years. Let's put it that way. When I think of like the board books that we had, there were maybe three that I remember in particular. Baby Beluga, the Rafi song one, Goodnight Moon, and then Red Wagon. And it's up there in the echelon of those for us. And so to have Renata Liwska on is not only a pleasure, but also the memories and the history involved there is wonderful. But Renata has a new book out with Amy Hest, Bunny Should Be Sleeping, that hopefully we'll get into in just a minute. As a reminder to everybody, and I'll let our guest in 1 second, but as a reminder to everybody, I post these as well on YouTube in a matter of a few days after. It used to be the next day after, but I've been extra busy recently, and so it might be it might be a little bit after that before it might be like Monday at the latest. These go up, but they're there for perusing and looking through. In the meantime, I'm going to put Ask Us Anything in the comments and pin that so it's there. And then I'm going to let our guest in and we'll get going for the night. Let's see. Ask Us Anything. Boom, boom, boom. 3 exclamation points. And let's wait 1 second. There we go. It's up. I can pin it. And now I'm going to let our guest in. So give me 1 second. We'll let our guest. So we'll give it a second and see if I know Renata's watching. We'll give it a minute here. If not, Renata can also request, but I believe it's in the DMs, the messaging. Renata, if you don't see it right now, you can go look there. In the meantime, I'll tell people that I stabbed my finger on an X-Acto blade earlier, and it hurts right now. All right, I'm going to try this again. I'm going to try sending again and see if it works. Hold on 1 second. There we go. Let me see. I'm sending the invite now. It says it's unable. So let me try this again. Sometimes it has this issue. If for some reason, Renata, if it does not work, at the bottom, I believe there's a little camera symbol on the screen that you can. Oh,
Hey, I'm here.
We got you! Yay!
Hi.
Hello.
How are you?
I'm doing okay. I don't think that was an issue with you. I think that was an issue of when I send an invite. Sometimes it fails, and so I have to send it like 2 or 3 times. Whereas if you ask to be invited, then it's an immediate like jump in. It doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Hello.
Hello. I'm gonna have to turn up the volume a little bit. So it's hold on.
No worries.
Sorry.
Just you have to go around the actual screen.
I think this is the maximum. So
okay. Does that sound better?
Yeah.
Okay. I'll try to scream if I have to. But Well, welcome tonight for
Thank
joining.
you. Thank
I'm.
you.
I don't know if you heard my little intro spiel at the beginning, but Red Wagon. I'll say it again in case you didn't hear it, or if other people didn't hear. The book Red Wagon was a mainstay of the books that we had when we first had our son, and it was like we'd go in between three books that were board books, or at least I would. I don't. My wife would take them up at different times. She may have read nothing, but I'm pretty sure she did. But it was Goodnight Moon, which is a classic. Baby Beluga, because we listened to Rafi songs, and then Red Wagon, and those three were the ones. And so like it's in this lovely little pocket. And so like whenever I think of I mention your work to students all the time because it's so lovely, and every time I mention it, I like see my son when he was a little baby, and so it's like got all these memories attached to it. So I'm so excited to have you on because of that alone. But on top of that, your work is wonderful. So
Thank you so much. Thank
uh,
you.
so in case people are watching and they go, "Why is Mark gushing over the love of Renata's work?" Can you tell us who you are and what you do?
My name is Renata Liwska, and I illustrate books mostly. I also write some books, but mostly working with other authors. And yeah, I have illustrated quite a few books. And
Do you know the number?
mm, I don't know. I think I counted like 18 of the website.
Off your website?
But I just briefly went. I just briefly went to check it out because I'm kind of I don't remember. So yeah, quite a few. Yeah.
I got past a point where like I don't remember. If someone says name all the books, I'll get most of them, but there'll be a couple that I can't remember because they're just like off the radar of some sense. So I totally get it. Can you say your last name again one time? Because I totally massacred it.
Oh, okay, yeah, Liwska.
Liwska.
Actually, the W in European languages is pronounced as V.
Liwska.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's only English It's only English languages that they pronounce W as W.
All right.
But every other one, I pronounce V.
I'm gonna work on that one because I've been saying your name wrong for the last however many years, and it's gonna take a while, but I'm gonna get it.
No worries. Yeah, no worries.
So, I was gonna try to say it as like bad as I could, the whole name, like the most American version of it. But also, I know you're up in Canada, correct?
Yes.
And I would like to start off by saying I'm sorry from. we'll leave it at that.
Yes, I understand. I deeply understand, and I sympathize deeply.
We are. My wife and I are actively trying to participate in protests and things of the sort. But with anybody that's Canadian, I feel like it's too close to home to not acknowledge of some sort. I see someone else saying, yes, we are so sorry. So tonight we're going to talk, we're going to make the rules of the game basically are, I want you to be happy. I want you to be having fun. And so you can make whatever you want. You can change the conversation at any point. At any point you say, I'm tired and I don't want to do this anymore. You don't even have to do anything. I mean, you could literally drop off and I would get it. But I'm happy to do a little send off as well. I don't know how late. Wait, where's Calgary? Is that?
That's 2 hours. That's
Mountain time.
Mountain. Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, you're still at like 6 o'clock.
Oh yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Daylight. Yeah, I was gonna say it's gonna be
for now.
For me, it's already 8 o'clock, so it's gonna be late for me. But if you need to go at any point, don't hesitate. But the questions I have for you, because my wife documents this, are: do you know what you're working with tonight for materials? Is it too many things?
Well, I thought of either drawing in a sketchbook. I could draw in a sketchbook.
Okay.
I could draw on little, I don't know, this.
Okay.
I could draw on this. Yeah, I mentioned just a sketchbook.
Okay. Are,
And then I thought perhaps after I could bring this to Procreate and try to color it.
okay. That'd be
But
cool.
I'm very slow drawer, so that might not happen. But I have some other drawings that are already done, so if we decide to color,
Okay.
I can.
We'll
see.
That sounds wonderful. I was actually going to ask you about material-wise, because the early books are all pencil with digital color, and I noticed the new one, The Bunny Should Be Sleeping, that it says that it's all digital. Is that recent? I didn't pay attention to where like a shift happened, but is that more you switched to Procreate? I assume.
Well, I used to go to coffee shops and draw. I love the ambient sounds and atmosphere, and it's just so lovely to get out and be creative. And I think after the big shutdown, just kind of being kind of stuck at home and don't go to the coffee shop. So I guess I started drawing on a tablet. I also draw on paper as well. But the tablet is rather kind of too much to take it to the coffee shop.
Gotcha.
It's easier to take a paper, and it's just so much nicer. Right. So yeah. But I think I find that drawing is a drawing. So it's just that same sort of. I know there's sort of like a hesitation because it's just that kind of the tablet is so striking white and kind of intimidating. But if you kind of forget about that and just kind of focus on just drawing, I think it's sort of you can start just losing yourself in the drawing part as opposed to the what's the word? I'm sorry. No, like on the spot, I always forget words. Kind of. I always had that. Okay. So programs. Yes, programs. Okay. Yeah. Instead of drawing, you think of a program, and then you get kind of intimidated. Yeah. So.
I will admit, even when I was working on some stuff on Procreate at one point, some sketching, I had the same thing where like the screen was too white, it was too pure, and I did one of two things depending on the day. It was like you can get that fake like paper texture to put down on Procreate, and like that helped. But I also just toned the thing so it wasn't pure white, and like that was easier on my mind. Because it looks so crisp. Like even when I work on board, there's like texture to it, and so
I like that. Yeah.
But I want one other question about material. Since you do use pencil, I'm assuming graphite. Are you a pencil? I was gonna say a pencil snob, but that sounds like it's a bad thing. But like, do you have a specific pencil that you're like, this is the type of pencil I gotta use?
For a while, I got into the really nice
the black wings.
Yeah. That was so enjoyable to draw. But then they kind of disappear so fast that I end up kind of drawing just tiny things. And then after a while, they came out with extenders, so you can kind of keep on drawing. But I like to have that tip really sharp.
Okay.
So that sort of thing goes.
I mean, it's like you can see the sharpness of the pencil, like in the actual textures that you create. Of that, like really soft, subtle sort of like mark making that requires a sharp pencil. And
Yeah,
so like
yeah. So
totally makes
it's
sense.
kind of like drawing on sandpaper.
Yeah.
It disappears so
Yeah.
fast, so you have to keep on constantly
Sharpening.
sharpening. Yeah,
Yeah.
But I do use mechanical pencils.
Oh, really?
I love them. They're just really
That's
fast and really,
that.
I love it. I
Like
love
it's
it. Yeah.
coming from the teacher in me, there's so many times where like students get, and I don't do it, I don't really care, but I've heard a lot of teachers come down on people for using mechanical pencils just because it's like you can't tilt it, you can't do other different, like there's a very finite point to it. But just like people sometimes look down on ballpoint pens, but you can get beautiful images out of those materials, and like you just have to know how to use it right. And so like obviously clearly you do, and maybe the people who are using a mechanical pencil are making these big like sharp point lines that are solving it. But there's one other question, which is tonight, and it sounded like you're it's sort of up in the air a little bit, but do you know what you're going to be making tonight?
Sort of.
Okay. Can you give us a hint, or do you want to keep it a secret?
Oh, no. I can give a hint. So I have sketched out some, I don't know, choices, options.
Okay.
You can see options. Can you see here? Okay.
Yes.
So this one is.
Yep.
They're putting boots on.
Okay.
Or looking at a plant, maybe taking a plant from somewhere high place, or on what is it? Scooter.
Yeah.
Or I can see so small. It could help me. What is it? Eating sandwich?
Okay.
Eating sandwich, or driving a car.
Okay. Those are like classic images, though. Those are like when I, just knowing your work and like the simplicity of like the moment, that little like it's almost like a snapshot of like putting on the boots or eating a sandwich. Like you don't have to have this big explosion of stuff. Like your moments are these quiet, and like even seeing the sketches, it's like that's perfectly you, and it totally makes sense across the board. So, all right, that's perfect. I'm excited to see. This is one of those ones where like I've known kind of how you do what you do, but I've never actually seen it in process. And so this is going to be one of those ones where like I'm probably going to get captivated by looking at the screen too often. So tonight I have my feet up, so if people put questions in the comments, I can ask questions. And I don't know if you have the same thing, but there's a delay on it. It takes like 10 seconds for it to come through. And so just know that is in play. But otherwise, we can just switch to our downshoots and start working and talking.
Okay, that sounds good. It will take me a little.
Okay, no worries. No worries. I do this. I've been doing this for so long that it takes me 2 seconds to just sort of flip and go. And so it's a matter of I will watch your feed to see how it looks or if there's any issues. This is, I don't know if you can see the screen, but this is what I'm going to do tonight is a girl hanging upside down reading a book.
Oh, nice. Yeah.
And so I wanted to play with the hair and brick texture of some sort. And so that's where I'm going to be aiming as we go along. But
this now, how do I switch on this? I guess the circles, I suppose.
Yeah, the little arrows.
The little arrows.
There's 2 little arrows that are sort of circling. There you go.
There it is. Excellent. Okay, we have this.
And then you can also, I don't know if you can see my screen right now, but you can pinch your part of the screen and zoom in and out a little to a distance that makes sense for you.
Okay. This is a sketch. I'll put the water here.
I'm watching here to make sure that you get set up in a way that works for you. So while you set up, I am going to ask you a question.
Okay.
Now, I know you got to set up, so you don't have to answer it right away. But I do want to talk sort of somewhat about career, some about the business, but also about just random stuff. And I know you're originally from Poland, correct?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
At what point did you come over to Calgary? Was that pre-book stuff, or was that in the middle? Was that
That
before?
was pre-book stuff.
Okay,
Pre-book stuff.
so I would love to hear, and forgive me if this is maybe too basic of a question, but I would love to hear sort of your experience with books prior to jumping into Kidlit.
Mm-hmm.
The reason being is just because of coming from another country, there's obviously a different type of book experience and
Mm-hmm.
resource side of things. Like your access to the books that you have may not be the same that you know I grew up with, or
Mm-hmm.
people in Calgary grew up with. And so I would love to hear some of the history for you of your
About books.
interaction with books. Yeah.
Um. Hmm. I grew up when I grew up when I was growing up. We had we had books, but I think the color printing was all the colors were brown. So
Okay.
that was kind of fascinating. Yeah, they had a kind of a tint. It's most of the books were printed on uncoated paper,
Okay.
and which I really love today. It has such a nice feel to it. It has such a tactile kind of, also nostalgic, I would
Yeah.
say, yeah. So I have to throw this thing out first.
Okay.
I'm super nervous
Okay.
talking.
Okay.
So I'll just yeah, and this will be out there, and perhaps
Here's
I can relax
here's
now.
what I will say, and there's a lot of folks that come on saying that they're nervous, or
Mm-hmm.
the live thing is sort of different and challenging.
Mm-hmm.
I will let you know, probably give it about 20 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
That's my estimate. And in
Mm-hmm.
about 20 minutes, I bet you're going to be smooth sailing going forward. Because then at a certain point, it just becomes a conversation between us,
Yes.
and
Yeah.
you forget about this camera and you start making. But
Mm-hmm.
when you're
Mm-hmm.
starting to make, it can be a little challenging to sort of like uh,
Mm-hmm.
figure out who you're talking to and
Mm-hmm.
how to do it. So bear with it, but I understand the nerves. I get it. And don't worry about it. I don't think it. There's no judgment call here. Let's put it that way. But I'm wondering also, like, so the books that you grew up with, you said were, they had a certain feel to them, a certain texture to them. What were a
Mm-hmm.
lot of the stories specifically from the region, or was your access to books something that had a variety of content, in the sense of, like, did you have access to a lot of Western books, or was it primarily European?
Mostly European books, but once oh, hold on first before I jump in. So which one should I draw? Because I have to decide. I
Which
make a decision before I start talking, because then
Okay.
I won't be able to
Can I
decide.
put in my vote?
Sure.
I would really love to see the car one.
Okay.
And it's one of those things where it's just like, it's so funny, the scale of the bear and the car, that
Okay.
to me that's the go-to of, like, that's the one I want to see. Um, you can choose whatever you want, but that's the one that sort of
Okay.
sparked my interest when I saw it.
Sure. Let's do that one. Oh boy. Okay, so going back to the conversation, so once a year, I don't remember when, but we had a really big international book fair. Really
Okay.
lovely. And
Was this in Warsaw,
there,
or was this?
yeah, in Warsaw, yeah.
Okay.
And there, I saw books that were just like the colors were just they're so full of colors, amazing, and yeah, yeah.
Well, let me ask so. I mean, with the books that you described at the beginning, like the basically brown
Mm-hmm.
brown print on blank pages, but the tactile quality. Were most
Mm-hmm.
of those books relatively old at the time,
Uh,
or were they more like traditional in the sense of like when you say there's that the scene more international books and the colors all of a sudden came out? Was that because the books that you had access to at the time were sort of what do I want to say, not minimal but sort of antiquated
mm,
or
mm,
older because of the
mm. I think it's the technology. I think um, presses, maybe different presses.
yeah.
I'm just looking for my eraser. I can use eraser, right?
Yeah,
We can use.
you can use anything you want. You can use anything you want.
Okay.
Like I said, I want you to be happy, and so
Oh, there it is.
if you want to draw stick figures for the night, I'm sure
Okay.
that people would enjoy seeing your version of a stick figure.
This way. This is okay. I think it's. I think it's. I think it's a technology. Oh wait, there is another light. Let's see if this is better. Is it better? Maybe. I
Give
forgot.
me a second. There is the delay.
Mm-hmm.
I'm waiting to see if the light kicks in. Hold on. There it goes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, a little bit better. I do
Okay.
see a request if there's a way to move the sketchbook up or to tilt your camera more towards your sketchbook. If there's a way to do that, it would be a little bit easier on people to see or watch you work.
Yeah, let me see what I can do. There's text. Okay. Maybe this way. Maybe there. Is this better? Maybe.
Give me one second. Let me look at my actual
An
camera.
angle.
Yes, much better.
Okay. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you.
Mm,
It's the challenge. You work relatively small, huh?
yes.
Surface.
Yes.
Yeah, that's
Yes.
the challenge of getting
Tiny drawing.
focus on a tiny drawing. Do you know who Charles Santoso is?
Mm, words don't really but maybe if you describe the work or
He does really small pencil work as well, but his are like when he was on at one point, he was drawing. I mean, it was like the size of a postage stamp. The drawing that was so tiny that like again he had to zoom in so far for us to see it because it was so minuscule. But that's just the scale that he worked at, and then of course like sort of scaled them up over time. But it's interesting. I work so big just because I don't have the ability to control that scale. I can't cut paper that small. So talk to me a little bit about your entry into Kidlit, into this industry that you've flourished in. And was that something that was really intentional in the sense of like you were aiming towards it, or was that something where you were making artwork and that sort of made sense based on the artwork that you were making?
I think like every artist, I think like every artist, I have to say that I wanted to work big.
Okay.
And have gallery shows and be a serious artist, like really serious, like and but what I actually was doodling in my sketchbooks or like free time was just playful stuff.
Yeah.
Like really playful stuff, and at some point I figured out, it just doesn't make sense. It just doesn't make sense to have a friction, like trying to be somebody who you are not.
Yeah,
So
makes sense.
yeah, so I said screw it. I said I said, I'm just gonna do this. I'm gonna draw birds and other things and see what's, I don't know. Maybe I'll figure out. I don't know. Maybe I'll send promos instead of sending promos to some serious companies like advertisement or corporate or things. I'll just send to book editors.
Yeah.
And see
See what.
if that will happen. And
Did you go to school in Warsaw?
yes, I went to I think it's a high school. That kind of different system there. So
Yeah.
after junior high, normally junior high is in high school, right?
Yeah,
After
I mean,
here, I don't know.
like junior high is before high school, or
Yeah,
middle
yeah.
school. That kind of like it's 11 to 14, maybe 11 to 13 age
Mm-hmm.
range.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So I think I think I need bigger pencils than this. It's it's a really big drawing. Um, um, okay, going back to the oh, this one's very sharp. What were we talking about?
Well, okay. So let me ask this, because this is sort of one of the reasons why I was asking about where you went to school.
Oh
Was
yes, okay.
was that idea of there are certain art schools and different types of
Mm-hmm.
academia that in some of Europe that is much more traditional, in the sense that you're going to study paint and you're going to study how to make fine art paintings for galleries or for museums,
Mm-hmm.
and then
Gotcha.
there's the type of art school or the type of experience that's much more like, oh, you can do something very commercial,
Mm-hmm.
and you can do something that's maybe not as heavy a subject.
Mm-hmm.
And I was wondering sort of like, yeah, what your experience was like when it came to that kind of school.
Gotcha. I was really bad at everything. Really bad at everything except drawing and just doing crafts and such. So I applied to art school after junior high, and oh boy, that was really complicated because in order to apply to high schools, you have to pass exams. You have to pass written exam, like your native language.
Okay.
You have to pass mathematics, which is really tough to do so. And I was really, 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 really bad at mathematics. I just couldn't understand. So I think 8th grade, that was the last one. After 8th grade, yeah, you apply to other schools. So during 8th grade, I finally got a tutor for mathematics. And oh boy, did ever that make a difference? Like a person that can actually explain all these things, as opposed to trying to make people feel that they just can get it. Oh, it was amazing. I actually I started doing like complicated equations and such, and I was really enjoying, because when you actually figure out that you can figure this out and you understand, that is absolutely amazing feeling, that is just kind of like keeps you just going like
And sort of
crazy.
giving you the keys to the
Yes.
to the car, or keys to
Yeah.
Was the tutor someone who like broke it down in terms that just made sense to you? Or was it like, was there a different type of teaching? And I asked this too because like the school that I teach at, the students don't have to take math, and that's a big the college, they're like, yes, I don't have to take math. But at a certain point you do have to know some math as an artist. You have to take care of taxes, and you have to take care of finance side of things, or you have to figure out proportions. And so you don't want to completely ignore it, but getting someone who is an artist to understand, or to be able to work through that mathematic challenge can be very, very hard. And so I'm wondering, was that tutor someone that like said, let's talk in art terms and make math about art, or art about math, or was it just a different experience altogether?
From what I remember, this person, I don't remember his name. I'm sorry, I forgot.
I doubt he's watching, but if
it's so he was a theater actor.
Okay.
And I don't know. I haven't seen him in anything. I wasn't going to the theater at the time, but I think that's sort of maybe the skill of trying to convey information. Maybe that was very helpful. So
sort of the communication side of it was,
and putting it into like maybe sort of like a picture, or like I don't know, it's just different. It's just like different. And it was funny because the what do you call the exams for art schools were, because they only accept very small number of students. So they were earlier than the other schools, because this way, if you don't get it, then you have a chance to actually apply and go somewhere else. So that was kind of nice and fair. And so
but you got it. You got in.
I got in. And in a mathematical class at school, the teacher was saying earlier, Liwska, I don't know where you're gonna go to school. You should just, go and do some like
a trade, or
yeah. And so that was her opinion of me, and then I said, wow, I got in. I don't know, she was kind of speechless. It was interesting. It was funny. It was like, I don't know, first time that I actually felt kind of good about myself. So that's very, very, very nice. So yeah, school.
How much math do you actually use nowadays compared to how much you?
I don't remember anything. It was a brief moment of using the math, and then it's just like if you don't use it, you lose it.
Totally makes sense.
I don't remember.
I do see a question here from someone that in the comments that I want to make sure I get to. So it looks like I don't even know how to say this, but OAX 99 I'm not even going to try to sound that out. It says, what type of skill do you recommend a beginner artist to learn or practice? So excluding, let's take out of the equation getting into Kidlit specifically or anything that's like a genre like that. Are there things that, looking back on your sort of history of art making, that are universal, that every artist needs to do at the beginning, or needs to practice, or you know to address before they can move on to the next step?
I think I think, let me just think. There is a translation sort of between the world in 3D that we see, and the translation to the two-dimensional world. That it's sort of I think just drawing or whatever you like, painting, what you see, kind of, I think a lot of small drawings, very unprecious ones, very very rough ones, just kind of trying to be comfortable and gaining what is the word,
Confidence?
yes, gaining confidence that you can, like with each drawing you get better and better. And I think that is very important, because then that helps you to figure out how to show what's your imagination, what do you want to say, how do you want to say it, and without those, I think without those skills, it's just we have the ideas, we have the stories, but we just don't know where to start to put on paper or tablet or stone or clay. So yeah, I think that's very 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 important.
I'll throw in my 2 cents. Now, this is, I teach for a daytime job, so this is going to be the teacher side of me. But I think you're right in the sense of, like, gaining confidence is a huge one, and the only way to do that is to make mistakes and learn that you can solve those mistakes. That idea of the only way to know how to get around the problems is to actually face them head on. And so that is getting out and making work. And I think observation, you're 100% right, that, like, observation has to be the start, because otherwise you're sort of, you don't have a base or a foundation to build off of altogether. But with that idea of, like, the number one skill that I think that people need to pick up is not, this is going to sound weird, but is not a visual skill in the sense of, like, knowing how to draw, but the number one skill is learning how to be able to assess what you're doing, like to be able to look at it from outside of your own mind or outside of your own personage and say, as an image, without me getting caught up in the emotional impact of saying this is good or bad or anything of the sort, what is it missing? What does it need? That, like, how to step away from it and just say, this isn't mine, this is someone else's at this point, and what would I do to make it better? And when you can do that, when you can actually assess or judge your work and see the mistakes and learn how or figure out when they happened and how they happened, then the next time when you start to go that direction, you can avoid it faster, move on. And so, like, it's that same sentiment. Now, if it was a technical skill, let's like, we're both talking conceptual in the sense of like, you know, oh, you need to learn how to be confident. You need to go out there and draw. Is there like, oh, you got to learn how to use a pencil first? Or is there a material or like a technical skill that you would go, if you're going to start somewhere, this is the thing to start with?
So like talking about communicating what you want to say, right?
Yeah.
That, yeah. Oh, yeah, that's very, very important. And yeah, I think that is very important. Yeah, because you know, when you look at art, it's all different, all preferences, all, you know, there are some beautiful raw what do you call like oh, you had Maria Deck on your on, yeah, those are just beautiful and full of life drawings, and yeah, it's all I think you are right to say, yeah, it's the most important is to communicate what you wanted to say and the way you like to do it, but you have to practice. It's I don't think theory works for artists, just to you know, talking about art and this is what I'm gonna do, and but then what?
Yeah. What do you do
Yeah,
after that? And
yeah, you
one
have to.
one of the things I remember when Maria Deck was on, and we had a conversation about this, and I don't think she would care if I said this at this point, but I remember her saying that she doesn't really know how to paint a lot of things, or that she was, you know, she was underplaying her value as an artist. Before even making the work, she was sort of cutting it short. And obviously, you know, there's every artist is probably going to do something of that sort, like, oh, I'm not good enough, or whatnot. But like the thing that's the beauty of her work is how pure and like unfiltered it is. And so like I think, you know, from her point of view, there was this like, oh, I don't know how to draw a horse that looks exactly like a horse. Point of maybe that's not what you need to be doing. Someone else might. That may be their and so like that again, that knowledge of knowing where your strengths are, and some of that has to come out through practice of some sort. Is there something that you're really bad at drawing?
Horses.
Okay. That's the
I think they are so awkward. Yeah, I think they are beautiful, but then yeah, I think horses, like hoof animals, probably most of them.
horses
Yeah.
and goats and donkeys, and those are tough ones in general, because they just don't work the same way as other animals. Is there some? I mean, obviously, I know you like to draw bears, and furry little critters. Now, I'm gonna ask a question that this is probably like, maybe it's out there and I don't know. Have you drawn a lot of like lizards?
I done one lizard
Okay.
for the quiet book.
Oh,
that was
right. That's right.
iguana. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh boy, did I ever had so much trouble with that was out of my comfort zone, I have to say that.
Well, it's your work is so like again tied to like cute and fuzzy in a way, and then an iguana or any sort of lizard is like missing that sort of soft fuzz that you do so well. And I have the same thing. Like there's certain shapes. I don't have the same like soft factor that you have, but there are certain shapes that work better with my work. And so when I can't do something that's that kind of shape, and lizards are one of those, like, they just don't work well visually for me. So I kind of avoid them quite heavily. But now, is there an animal besides a bear? I know you're good at bears, and I know you're good at soft things, but is there an animal that would surprise us that you can draw, or that you can visualize in a way that we'd go, whoa, I didn't realize that was something that's like an animal that you like to draw, or an animal that is in your pocket?
Mm. Mm. I think I drew a dinosaur for a book, some dinosaurs, and
Okay.
I really enjoy drawing those. So maybe I should do a dinosaur book at some point. That surprised me a lot because I thought I don't know, I wouldn't know how I'm gonna attack this, but
What,
yeah.
what was it that was special about drawing the dinosaurs? Was it because they're not
Uh,
fuzzy either, as
yeah.
far as I know. I mean, they have feathers. Or I assume that most people are willing to accept that at this point, that they have feathers. But
Mhm.
um, what was it that sort of like made that fun?
Hmm. I'm just looking at the book here when I did the design. um, hmm, I guess the pattern. I don't know. I can show. There is the dinosaurs here.
Yeah.
That was so much fun. I don't know. It's just kind of started with just one and then keep on going and just inventing. I think inventing on a fly, um, without a kind of sort of clear sketch what this page gonna look like.
Yeah. Sort of.
Yeah.
I mean, the advantage of dinosaurs in a weird way is that no one knows exactly how they look,
Yeah.
and so like
Yeah.
if you're not perfect with it, no one's gonna sit there and go like, oh well, that's not. No one can say like that's not how a triceratops looks.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, as long as you got three horns and
Mm-hmm.
the crest at the top, we can go, yeah, that's close enough. Um, so uh, there's a little bit of leeway. I did a dinosaur book too, and mine's very cartoony in comparison to what you did. But even at that, it was sort of like you had to get the general gist of a dinosaur. You didn't
Mm-hmm.
have accuracy.
Mm-hmm.
In the same way that like an animal that we have today in front of us, someone would go, that doesn't actually look like a horse or whatever
Mm-hmm.
animal is. That's
Mm-hmm.
a challenge.
Mm-hmm.
Um, is there now? No, you're drawing the bear in the car. Are you okay drawing cars? Because that's one of those ones where people go, ooh.
I think I'm okay drawing cars. I just don't know how they look like. But if I need to see how they look like, I can just Google.
Yeah,
Yeah, and then it's like, but otherwise it's just like it's just a car. I mean, like, uh, if you think of those, like, old um metal cars for little kids that just
oh
kind
yeah,
of,
yeah, like
yeah, sort of,
pedal cars. Yeah,
yeah, kind of, you kind of, and you kind of drive on a sidewalk, and pedal and just go, and I guess they look like cars, but it's sort of like a toy cars, or you know what? I think it's okay to just draw something that is an impression of something,
yeah.
and if it reads that, the nostalgia, or it reads that, oh, it's driving a car. I think that's perfectly fine. I don't think you need an anatomy of a car to
You need a steering wheel and four wheels, and
Yes,
that's a car.
exactly. And
Yeah,
it's just, and yeah, so I don't know how this looks like.
it's
This is out of my comfort zone, but I'm enjoying drawing this car.
it's one of those things where like I there are moments in my career, and I don't know if you've had the same thing, where
Mm-hmm.
like I question, should I have been, a more realist artist,
Mm-hmm.
or should I have been more abstract in the way that I work? And then when you hit those moments where it's like, ooh, I need to draw a trombone, and you
Mm-hmm.
go, I'm going to draw something that's trombone adjacent and
Mm-hmm.
it's good enough. It's the world that I play in, the visual world that I
Mm-hmm.
work. adjacent is enough. As long as people know that it's a trombone and it has the markers of a trombone, you know, the slide or the length or whatever it may be, then like that's really all you got to do, and you don't have to do much more. And so those kind of like playing in a world where you don't have to be 100% accurate is quite lovely as an artist. And so that's when I go like, oh, I'm glad I did not get into realism, because I would probably dread every single decision that I had to make every day trying to get realism into it. Is there you know, with the switch to something like Kidlit from that sort of serious art that you described at the beginning, was there a fight in your head to like, in the sense of, if I'm going to go towards this more like illustrative side, or I'm not going to try to live up to some pre-established standard of what good art is, you know, whatever that is defined as, did you have like a real moral battle over that at the time, or was it a real clear-cut case once you made that decision, or once you thought about it, it just like instantly made sense?
I think it was clear cut. It's just, you know, if you enjoy doing something, and you know, whatever you're drawing or the art you're doing, and you just yeah, if that brings you enjoyment, then I don't see, like, it, you know, like, it makes me smile to you know, see the characters doing this or that, or they entertain me. And how you can fight against that?
Yeah.
It's just impossible.
I put the roadblock there if you don't have to.
Yeah.
Did you have any like family members or people who were, you know, in your life that that had expectations of what kind of art that you were going to go into, or you know, that sort?
No, not really. My mom wanted me to be a seamstress, or some sort of, you know, something that makes a living.
You're making a living now, though.
Yeah, some sort of.
Did you throw it back in her face when you got your first book and go like, "This is my seamstress job right here"?
Yeah, but no, I think I don't. That's a good question. I don't think people had any expectation at all. It just kind of no. I don't know. I don't remember. I'm just trying to think.
Was your mom a seamstress as
yes.
well? Okay.
Yes.
So there was like, there's
really,
some
a really good one. So some
family like lineage that wants to be maintained there, of you need to do this job because this is what your relatives or your family has done before and been good at. Okay. That makes sense. Do you have any artists in your family in general?
I
mean, a seamstress I don't want to discredit a seamstress as not being an artist. I think that there is a real skill to sewing.
I think my mom was really a good artist, I would say. I mean, in crafts, like you know, like she did some, what do you call those, like macrames? Is that what it is called?
Yep. With like big yarn
kind of things. Yep. Yeah. So I think whatever she did, it was quite skillful. So yeah, I have to say that. My dad, I just learned not long ago that he actually did like drawing, but he went in a different direction. So I never knew that my dad could draw. So
you've never seen his drawings or anything of the sort?
No, never. Yeah, I had no idea.
Is your dad still with us?
No, no, not anymore.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was gonna say you could go throw a challenge of like, here's a piece of paper, draw, put it
Yeah.
put it in a thing.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's
But I had people in my life when I was a kid, like my mom's friend's daughter. I think she was in a art academy, and she was drawing beautiful things and just yeah, portraits and still lifes, really lovely.
yeah,
And I think that seeing that um, makes me feel like oh, I could do that. And I think she was kind of encouraging me, and we kind of drew together. So that was kind of a spark. That was really
sort of
nice.
a mentor or
Yeah,
a sort of
or you know, when you see things are possible, when other people are in front of you and they go through a path and they and then you can see that that's possible. That I think that makes big impact on a child.
yeah.
There was another person, my parents' friend, like a son. He was, yeah, oh yeah, he was drawing. He came to like they came to visit us in Warsaw,
Okay.
and he was drawing. He was drawing horses and knights, and it was so amazing because like I started drawing horses and knights, and they kind of look like his drawings. So that was also encouraging, very very nice. So yeah,
So you did draw horses at one point.
yes.
Just not now. You've given that was your younger self that was
Yes,
the
yes,
first
yes,
drawer. Okay.
yes.
Is there like now that you're in Kidlit
Mm-hmm.
and you do lots of work in the industry,
Mm-hmm.
do you still have a desire to create
Something different.
yeah, like are you someone who's basically drawing all day long for
Mm.
projects, or do you get a chance to go out there and explore material and
Mm.
you know sort of make work that is independent from
Mm.
said career?
Mm. That's a good question. I think I think I would like to explore ceramics. I did some ceramics in the past, and I enjoyed it. It was messy. I'm not a messy person. I have a hard time with mess, but yeah. I mean,
Wait.
uh,
You said you're a messy person?
no, I'm
Okay.
not a messy person.
I was gonna
But
say that does not make sense to me based on like your aesthetic, your visual aesthetic is so not messy of any sort that I was like that doesn't that doesn't fit in my brain.
yeah,
Um,
no, I have a difficulties with mess.
yeah,
I can endure for a short time, but maybe that's good. You know, you have to kind of go through things that you know maybe where you are uncomfortable
yeah.
with. There lies something that you could I don't know, some surprises. I don't know, but I did enjoy doing pop. I want to say pottery, um, in the past. So that would be something I would love to explore. What else? I don't know. I used to
Well,
paint.
when you were in school, was your upbringing in school a very like um, traditional material
Oh yeah,
upbringing? Like,
yeah.
was it painting and traditional materials, or did you get into some of the like and I say tradition, I should say 2D
Yeah, yeah,
traditional um, but did you get into anything that was like sculptural or
Mm-hmm.
dimensional in that manner?
Mm-hmm. We had what we learned, um, all of the okay. So we painted in acrylics. We painted in oils. We painted in uh, what is it called?
Watercolor?
Oh, yeah, watercolor too. But there's also uh, what is that thing that you kind of? It's like the pigment you mix with egg
Oh,
and it
tempera.
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 Maybe, yeah, maybe, yeah. We did that.
Yeah.
We did clay sculptures. We did all kinds of
Was this
things. Paper
when you were
sculptures.
in school? Was that a time frame in which digital was in play?
Oh
Yeah.
no, the computers weren't invented
Yeah. Okay.
yet.
I was gonna
I'm
say, I
talking
mean,
about high school. I'm talking about high school. Yeah, yeah.
okay.
That one. Um, so yeah, and what are we talking about? uh, um,
Well,
it's
do you so if you were sort of brought up in that environment that was very sort of, and I would call those basically, you know, traditional materials,
yeah. Oh
uh,
yes, yes, yes.
just, you know, built on years and years of
Mm-hmm.
tradition of using and whatnot.
Mm-hmm.
But
Mm-hmm.
then you jump into illustration and you jump into this
Mm-hmm.
sort of world of kid lit.
Mm-hmm.
Did you have a lot of like hesitation, or did you have any challenge material wise just with those expectations of sort of like what was not necessarily what was expected, but just what you were brought up on?
Mm.
Right.
Let me think. I think I think what I learned was totally traditional materials. That was in high school, and then when I came here, I went to art college here, and then okay, so in Poland, I learned how to I don't know, do art. But that's all. That's all I learned. And it's just kind of okay, what do you do with this? I have no idea. But then when I came here and I went to school, I actually learned what you can do with your art.
Okay.
That
Yeah.
there's actually, you can do editorial illustration, you can do um I don't
Yeah.
know.
You learned how to apply it, not just
Yes,
how to use
yes,
it.
yes. And that I think that was very, very, very
Yeah.
important
Where did
because
you go to school in Canada?
that was it was called Alberta College of Art and Design,
Oh,
and
okay.
it was a really good school. I remember. Um,
Now you say it was. Does that mean it's no longer up?
Now have changed. The name has
Okay.
changed, and at this time they switched to university.
Okay.
So it's no longer. It's less and less studio time. It's
I
kind
don't
of more
I
like
don't know a lot
music.
of Canadian art schools minus Sheridan.
Mm-hmm.
Forget what the other one is that off the top of my head I can't think of it right now. But yeah, that just that idea. Do
Mm-hmm.
you? So this is going to be a sort of a question. I don't know if you have the answer to, but do you think
Mm-hmm.
that the um, had you stayed in
Poland.
Poland, that you would have come to that sort of conclusion of what to do with your art, or do you think that was like, is there such a difference in the
Mm-hmm.
type of professions
Hmm.
on the different coasts, or on the different, you know, across the ocean, or the expectation of what you do with your career?
Art. I have no idea. I don't know.
Okay. Okay. You don't have to have a perfect answer. That's fine.
Yeah.
I'm the it's one of those ones where. Oh,
yeah.
go ahead, please. Go ahead.
Mm-hmm. I mean, my friends. I mean, one opened a graphic design studio. Others worked in like works at one of the magazines. I don't know, like for I don't know, maybe she's an art director right now. I really don't know. It's interesting. But okay, I remember now. We had earlier conversation, and I got lost, and,
Okay.
and we were talking about the the raw drawing of Maria Deck, and how she maybe doesn't. You said it kind of.
She doesn't give herself credit for.
Yeah. That's the one. But I think, isn't the premise of art to do the magic of, you look at something and it just kind of evokes some emotions, and I mean, like,
I
it's
like.
just kind of like you can take a photo, and then you have this beautiful photography, and you get photo, and then you can go with that. But the other rawness, right?
Yeah.
You have to kind of make it by hand, I think.
It's the argument that I make with students quite often of that, the equivalent, and this is not to say that photography in any way is but a photo is capturing a moment. It's capturing something in front of us, whether that be light, whether that be a controlled situation in a studio, whatever it be. But an illustrator is saying, okay, let's take that, or let's take that moment and let's change something to or take it to a place that is not 100% true.
Let's change the reality.
Yeah.
I think.
That could be the concept, that could be the narrative, that could be just the style. That idea of, like, if it's about doing pure photorealism and there's no story or concept to it, well, in a way, you're just capturing a moment, and photographers capture more than just a moment. Let me I'm not like backing myself into a corner here. But it's, you have an opportunity as an illustrator to say, well, this doesn't have to be in the location that I'm drawing it. Like, I could draw a horse but put it on the moon, or I could, if it's, I don't know how to draw a horse. Well, why does a horse have to have 4 legs? Why can't I draw a 3-legged horse? And who's to say that that's incorrect? Sort down the line. It's a interesting sort of like what do I say, like a thought experiment about how to, or the one thing that I thought that the word that you used, I think is a really great word, is the premise of art. And sort of that like the expectation or the idea that we all understand art as being, like you said, like it's pure, it's from the heart. It's more than just, let me paint what's in front of me. Because in that case, then there are, like, I can just whip out my iPhone and go, done. So what do you do with it is so important. Is there, going back to sort of picture books, and especially for those that are watching that are new to the Kidlit world or wanting to break into that, are there things in particular that you coming to it at a certain point in life saying, hey, I'm now making books for young kids or for this industry or what have you, are there skills that you look at and go, I wish that I had known this earlier? Are there things conceptually, like even if it's that idea of the premise of art making, of doing what comes naturally to you versus the perceived notion of what you're supposed to do? Are there things in that you just go like, oh, this totally makes sense now, and I wish someone had told me 3 months ago or 5 years ago or what have you?
I think that's a good question. I find more and more it's maybe being more relaxed. Maybe I wish I didn't sort of kind of like you do something and then you think it's a friction because it's not going the way you want to make it right, but it's just different. Maybe it isn't the way you wanted to draw or paint or sculpt, but it doesn't mean that it's worse than what you wanted to do. It's just different and it has its beauty as well. So that's maybe one. The second one, maybe don't what is the word? Don't argue with your sketches. I think.
Okay. Yeah. Don't fight yourself.
Yeah. I think the sketches have something really raw and full of life and expression, and they are just the first. What is the intuition? Oh, the intuition that you put down the mark, and it's just that little drawing is just perfect. So it's just do in your own style that little thing. Don't fight it. Don't question it. Don't
swim upstream.
Yeah. Don't doubt it that no, maybe it should be this way or that way. And I think that's the frictions comes from, because then you're doing something that is even worse.
Well,
and then I think
because you're saying this, and I 100% agree with what you're saying in the sense of there's this notion that I can't get my work the way that it looks in my head. You got to flip that story, or you got to flip that acknowledgement to what's in my head may not be what I should be making. And there's not, like if your hand doesn't naturally gravitate towards that, well, accept that and go, what does my hand actually make? But there's a point in a career or a point in the process where that, where you make that active decision and say, you know what, I don't need to live by this notion or this idea in my head of what I can make or how I make or whatever it may be. And I'm wondering, was there a moment in your career that you can look back and go, oh, that was the thing, the piece that made you think different, or the prompt or what have you that really changed your outlook on your way of expressing?
Oh, I can't pinpoint. Do you have an example in your life that you could in your art?
So I can give you, and it's not a perfect example, but the equivalent of my idea of what I wanted to be as an artist. There were two different, or maybe more than even two, but there were points in my life where it shifted because of what I was confronted by. So the equivalent of going to grad school was great, but then when I got out, it was like I have all these ideas, but then I have to think about like my career and how do I get the paying jobs and things of the sort. And so the tendency to try to lean back into, again, that expectation of what others want. But then when I got my teaching job, all of a sudden I had a paycheck. Wasn't reliant. I wasn't relying solely on my illustration jobs to pay a paycheck. All of a sudden it's like I can say no to jobs, or I can try something that's a little bit more experimental. The other moment that really hits for me, and I'll say two other moments. One, yes, I see that, Lauren. One would be when I had my son, and that's, the picture books before that were, oh, that's just a product that is made, and then all of a sudden becomes, no, that is like inherently part of a family time, and like the nostalgia factor and all those kinds of things. And then now I'm also hitting a point where like I have moved past the young kid side and I'm thinking legacy, like what is important to me now that I've made books, and looking back like is my how do I want to say this? Is my desire that in making books the same thing now as it was when I first started out? And those kind of moments. So I guess the question would be the same for you: is sort of, are there moments where you're like, oh, this really impacted you and made you think about your work in a different way?
Oh, such a deep question.
I've said to people on here that sometimes this can sound a little bit like therapy.
Yeah, like therapy. I think I went through a time where I thought maybe I need to grow up. Maybe
Okay.
I need to do something more serious. I think kind of, like you kind of get, okay, it's like okay, it's like you kind of I would compare this to, it's like you need to get away to think about something. Maybe you should be doing something different, and you put your boots on and you go outside and it rains, and it's start to fog start to roll in, and it's just like more soup and you can't see anything, and it just it's kind of, you get kind of lost, and you just like, I don't know what I'm doing, and then you go back and you open the door and it's like nice and warm, and it's, it's dry, it's familiar, it's kind of, it's sort of like,
Comforting.
it's nice, yeah. It's comforting. So maybe sort of you think like maybe you should be doing something else, and then the friction maybe the friction is the thought that perhaps I need to do something else, and then you figure out that maybe you should appreciate what's is happening, what is, it's kind of nice to recognize that it's actually nice to do, what you're doing. I don't know. I really don't
Okay.
know.
No, that's good. That's a good answer.
Maybe I haven't had that moment yet. Maybe it's in front of me. I don't know.
It's it's a hard. I mean, it's a tough question to answer in a way, because I'm like saying, like, name a specific date and a specific thing that happened.
Mm-hmm.
I do see a question here, and there's some questions I want to get to in general, but this is a good question from Ali T Star,
Mm-hmm.
I think is how it's asked, which is, they said it would be nice to hear from Renata what her thought process is as she's drawing, for example. Like, maybe I should give the bear a bow tie, or things along that lines. And it'd be interesting to sort of to and same for me, like, to thinking about your aesthetic and your approach. What is actually happening in your head? Are there things that you gravitate towards? Are there obviously, like, there's value and all that kind of stuff that shows up in your work, and you have to maintain that, but how do you make the decisions you make? Like, give us a play-by-play. Even right now, I see you shading the door of the car.
Yeah.
Give us a little hint of what's going on in that brain of yours.
Yeah. Well, I think well, first, I think it's very satisfying to just move the pencil on a page.
Okay.
I absolutely love it. So probably the values comes from that sort of satisfaction of just shading with pencil, maybe. So that's one. The second one, I'm thinking, yeah, like I'm always kind of. I mean, today my brain is split between conversation and drawing. but normally I think, like, I don't know, like, who is that bear? Like, what is his like, I don't know, where is he going? Maybe he's, maybe at some point I was thinking, well, maybe he's transporting a tree in his like this part here. I'm thinking, well, maybe he is I don't know, tree. But then I'm thinking Christmas tree. Well, no, it's a different time of a year, so maybe not the Christmas tree. But so I kind of dropped that tree idea out, and it kind of became like a background kind of texture, and I don't know what I'm gonna do with
So
this.
is it sort of like in the moment storytelling in your head? Like, are you trying to?
Yes. Inventing on a go. I love inventing on a go. That's why, like, the sketches are very. I like to do really simple sketches. So
Yeah.
I have a room to invent the background stories of the characters, because that is very enjoyable. It's like knowing, like, what is in their heads.
Totally makes sense. That's the. I mean, I think that probably happens for a lot of illustrators that are in the world of kidlit, in particular, just because we're storytellers, essentially. Whether you're writing the story or you're just drawing the story, it's all how do you move it forward? How are the decisions that you're making somehow affecting the overall? Let's put it that way. I love hearing the setting. Even when you were talking about going outside and then coming back inside and the coziness of it. I will say I didn't mention it at the moment, but it really felt this way, that, like, it felt like you were telling a story in that moment of the word choice and the, like, how there was something, I forget what the phrase was that you used. Sorry, I'm trying to pencil here. But something in the phrasing that you used made me think, like, oh, that's not necessarily that's a story that's like the perfect story, but more so the like cadence and the tone of the way that you told it felt like it was like oh, I could fall asleep just listening to this now. Um,
Oh.
and so like the storyteller in you sort of pouring out in those moments. Um, is there I don't know, I don't even know. Do you have kids?
No.
Okay.
No, I
Do you do school visits?
did in the past, not at the moment. Yeah. Um,
I
I
was
know
I was
you.
gonna ask about sort of like your experience of sort of telling your stories
Oh,
and
yeah, yeah.
sort of the reaction and
Mm-hmm.
like, you know, if you have
Yeah.
kids,
Mm-hmm.
there's a vibe there, but obviously going to a school and talking or a
Mm-hmm.
book reading or things of the sort.
Mm-hmm.
Um, have you had a lot of experience sort of, or is there a reflection that you can give us about doing those kind of events?
I don't know. Hmm. Oh boy, that part is that part is very. I think it's stressful because you are like kids are so smart. They just they just I don't know. They just know that you kind of uh, you have to I don't know, entertain them and um, I don't know. I just like I I love their logic because their logic is it's just so how do you say it's like it's um out of there's this there's kind of logic that just doesn't make sense. Absolutely is like this is stupid, but it kind of makes sense. Absolutely makes sense. So I can't think of anything now. So
they're
it's like
they're good at like, again, that same thing that we were talking about of like, don't put a filter on your work and don't, they're very good at that, in the sense of like there's nothing
mm-hmm.
stopping them from saying that's a dumb idea, or no, how do I put it? They don't have someone in their head going that's a dumb idea,
Yes,
and so
yes, yes, yes,
they're so good about
yes, yes,
how to
yes,
just get the idea across in a really quick way,
yes,
or they don't question themselves.
yes,
I mean, sometimes, like having my son, there's times where he might need to question himself
mm-hmm.
a little bit more than he does, like when it comes to cleaning up things or etc. I'm just calling him out in the background. Um, but do you when you do those visits, like obviously with some of the books that you work on, the age group
Mm-hmm.
of the books tends to be on the younger side.
Yes,
Like you don't
yes,
work on
yes.
like books that are aiming towards like 9-year-olds. You're aiming
Yeah,
towards sort of
yeah, yeah, yeah,
young
yeah,
young
yeah, yeah.
readers. Uh, have you done events with a older crowd in general, or has it primarily been that sort of real young?
Mm, older, mostly younger, and this is interesting. This is really fun because like when you talk to the teachers, they oh I don't remember what did they say. It's like it's oh, it's they always say sort of like, oh, you're gonna be fine. They just like they are at the age they just adore everything. People,
Yeah,
you know, like all the picture book or you know authors or illustrators that come here. So it's kind of
that is
that's nice.
that is a wild. I did a school visit recently. Uh,
Mm-hmm.
um, the reaction of the kids when I walk in, and I've said this I think on here before. Like, I'm just some idiot who lives close by
Mm-hmm.
who came into the school, and yet
Mm-hmm.
to these kids, it's like they're seeing a movie star.
Oh,
And, like
wow.
I am not that of any sort. But part of it, they read the book,
Uh-huh.
like, you know, uh, let's say a few days before I got there,
Mm-hmm.
and so like all of a sudden it's this person who wrote it is real, and so like
Mm-hmm.
they're running up to me like, "Oh, you're the author," or you know,
Mm-hmm.
can I get your autograph? And it's like, no,
Mm-hmm.
you don't need my autograph, kid. This is not you're not able to sell this somewhere. of any sort.
Yeah, maybe.
But that's the like that weird mystical aspect of being in this industry. Do you have any funny stories of kids or interaction with kids on the circuit, as they
I don't know. I can't think of anything, but I always let me see. I can't think of anything right now. But the one thing that comes to my attention is when there's always kids that will think that picture books are what do they call, like, beneath me or something, like
like
I already
yeah.
it's like that was then, this is now, like picture books, like I'm too old for that.
Yeah, those are for
But there's
babies. Those are for I said those are for babies.
yeah,
Babies. Yeah.
that sort of thing. But there's always some kids that they just love to draw, and seeing that you can do a living by just drawing your little, like, by doing this, it just sometimes you see this kind of spark in their eyes, and yeah, that kind of, that part really makes my day, and kind of, and you just understand the other part that I don't know why I'm here, because I'm too old for picture books. I don't know why they make me sit here and listen to this person. So yeah,
I thought you were going to say at first that, because one of the common questions that I get whenever I do school visits or talk to little kids about bookmaking is, and you probably have heard this one, is how do you actually make the books? Of that assumption that somehow I am actually physically making the books that they have in front of them. And I've heard that at least, even in the same school visit, yeah. I've heard that, like, from 3 kids that just didn't listen to the fact that someone else said it before them. And so I immediately, when you started to say, like, you get this thing from from the kids, I was like, oh, it's going to be that. And it was another thing, that same thing, like, you do it out on the road. So I get a question here from Ali T. Star again that says, does Renata ever work with self-published authors, or do you only do work through agented? Yeah. Remind me who your agent is. I know I put it on the ad.
It's Holly Maggie Pippin.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. How long have you been with them?
Oh, I don't remember. Sorry, I didn't prepare for, like, trying to remember things. Quite a few. Quite a long time. Yeah. Quite a few books.
It wasn't yesterday.
No.
That you signed up.
Yeah.
And there was a question that was related to that. So one of the big questions that we get on here, because there's people that are looking to break into the industry, is sort of how do you or how did you come about getting your agent? Because that is a sort of a challenge for folks trying to get into the industry, is sort of that hurdle, and sort of thinking about, like, what did you have to do, or how random was it that all of a sudden you were presented? And I say that in the sense of, like, sometimes it comes out of nowhere, and you didn't realize that all of a sudden you have an agent all of a sudden. What was that process like for you?
I was approached a while ago after having a few books, so I really wouldn't know how you get agent now. I can't answer the question. I wish I could give an advice, but I have no idea.
Did you do querying, or was it just, did they reach out to you?
Oh,
Do you remember that?
they reach out. They reach out to me. Yeah, and I was very intimidated by all the contracts and the pages and like 30 pages of like legal size and trying to read this. Just like, yeah, that part was very, very tough.
But the contract with them was a long one? The contract with Pippin was a really long contract?
No, the book contracts.
Oh, the book contracts. Okay.
Yeah. So, yeah.
I was gonna say I was very surprised because I came from the world of editorial before picture books. So my introduction into sort of contracts was with a agency that was an art agency, and their contract was like 10 pages long just for the agent. But then my literary agent, it's a single page. Different sort of like vibe and how they operate their contracts all together.
I came to that same sort of being familiar with contracts for editorial and or other what do you call art representatives.
Yeah. It's one of those ones where like for anybody that doesn't know out there, the art reps can basically represent everything, and literary reps oftentimes just rep literary. Like even in my case, the Andrea Brown Literary only reps Kidlit. They don't have another type of book, and so there's nuances to all of it. Let's put it that. Did you ever work professionally without an agent, or have you always had an agent?
No. I worked professionally without agent for a long time. Just sending promos to for different jobs, like printing a postcard. Used to be. I think they are coming back. That printing postcards and sending to people.
I have not sent out a batch in a while, but I like the idea of postcards, and I know that like I think the pandemic killed them. Definitely. Or the idea of postcards diminished because of the pandemic.
That's
but
true.
I still like the idea of a physical copy.
Yes.
Work, and I understand there's like cost involved, and that's a pain. But I mean, I assume same for you, going back and looking at that, like the amount of money spent on postage. Especially, I imagine you have, because you're up in Canada, a lot of the publishers in the Americas are in New York.
Yes.
So you have to spend a little extra money to get it there during those times.
That's true.
Is it? Do you promote your work at all, or is it all your agent at this point?
I think at this point, all agent. I think so. I don't send out promos. Maybe I should. Maybe that's a good idea. Maybe you should send promos. Remind people that you're around. I don't know.
It's interesting. I've had that debate in my head too of like, at one point without an agent, it's like, yeah, you got to go out there and promote the hell out of yourself. But then once I got the agent, there was this assumption that like, well, it's all solved now. I don't have to do any of the work. In reality, like it doesn't hurt to have another thing out there, or another iteration. But it just it takes some. It's an expensive venture. Let's put it that way. To go through, and I don't know what kind of return there is. Especially if it has to go back through my agent. If I get a job Like, did that come from my card, or did that come from the agent or the agent themselves? With you know, with the career that you've had, you said 18 books, right? Or somewhere in that range. Is there are there ones that like have been big sellers for you? Because I mean, you've had what, New York Times bestsellers. You've had it's not like it's not like your work is not out there and is not being seen. I assume that you've earned out on quite a few of your books. But is there one that you're like, this is the one that everybody remembers, or this is the one that everybody knows?
That's a good question. I really don't know. Let me look at them. I don't know.
I mean, I assume the Quiet Book and the Loud Book
I think
are up
yeah.
there.
I think people talk about Red Wagon. That's for sure. Yes.
Okay.
And I don't know the rest. It's a mystery to me what makes book successful. I really don't know. You can just throw things out there and they'll stick, or they just slide down the wall. I really don't know. Yes.
Hope and pray method. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's the spaghetti method, where if it sticks to the wall, you know that it's done.
Yeah.
So talk to me a little bit about the writing side, and you know, you've written books, and obviously like you worked on books for other people, but the writing side, is that I assume, I could be wrong, but is that challenging? Is that, you know, for someone who came from an art background, is that something that you totally knew how to do it right from the get-go, or is that something that took?
No, I don't think I knew what I was doing. But I think it's very enjoyable, I have to say. It's on a different timeline, on a different how to say, you know, when you talk and you try to figure out what you wanted to say, and it's just, I don't know, it's in a moment and you have to remember. But then when you sit down and you just put a paper and pen and start writing something, I don't know, like just whatever words come to your mind, or to my mind. and then it's just like one word after another after another after another. It's just like, oh, it just kind of doesn't make sense. But then I don't know, there's something happens in the meantime, and it kind of makes sense and becomes stories. And I find it very enjoyable to write.
Do you write in English, or do you write in Polish?
Oh,
I guess no. Is Polish the right word?
Yeah, it's the right word.
Okay.
Yeah. I write English.
English.
Yeah. I have difficulties reading Polish. I haven't read in a very long time, and also I'm super dyslexic.
Oh, okay.
So it's just, there's so many, like, the letters combinations that are just, oh, that's what I was looking out to the lunch. it's very hard to guess the word. And in English, I learned to guess words in a sentence. That's kind of very fascinating. So if I see a word by itself somewhere, I will switch the letters, and I have a hard time reading what it says, like, and if there is a lot of let's say you have to fill out forms. Oh my god, that's just like painful, really painful to try to figure out and get confused. But when I read words in a sentence, it kind of makes sense and I can guess them very well. And I
Okay.
did learn yeah, I did learn English in a very enjoyable way, just reading and figuring out, oh my gosh, I can't believe I can do this. Where when I learned Polish, it was like in elementary school and it was not a good experience. So I guess you kind of you get sort of how do you guess? I don't know. It's just kind of it's harder to read Polish anyway. Oh, we were talking about something. I think writing. Oh yeah. So yeah, I enjoy just writing in English because it just another thing. As dyslexic man, do I ever need a spell check?
Okay. That
I am
makes
so
two of
sorry.
us. That makes
Yeah.
two of us. That is one of those things where like I I'm sure glad that there are copy editors.
Yes.
I'm sure glad there's people that can go through and look at what I've written, or my agent
Mm-hmm.
who can read between the lines and go, "Oh, I see what you're trying to say.
Mm-hmm.
You don't need this," or
Mm-hmm.
you're using too many words, or
Mm-hmm.
whatever it may be. Um, do you find that in the writing process, are you someone who visually visually writes, in the sense of like you see the thing in your head,
Yeah.
or is that something where you have to write it and then discover what the visual is after the fact?
No, that's the beauty. I can see things in front of me happening. That's the yeah, yeah, I like it. Um, just seeing that, yeah, that's sort of, I guess, a visual. I guess I always been visual, so
Yeah.
even in writing comes through visual. I can smell the air and feel the air feel the air on my skin and yeah, very
See,
visual.
even right now, you're speaking in a way where it's like it's totally a writer's tone of like when you start like feeling the air on my skin. Like, that's a writer. That's a writer. Uh,
Oh, I guess writers are very visual, but they paint with words instead of pencils.
well, talk to me a little bit about, because I know that you worked with authors where you're illustrating their work.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, what are there challenges there? Is that something that you thoroughly enjoy? What is the process like when it comes to?
Mm. I think when I get the story, I I, I, I think let me see this. Reading a manuscript is like watching a preview to a book.
Oh, okay.
So I can. It's sometimes sort of fuzzy. Sometimes it's kind of out of focus, almost like you need to get either glasses or magnifying glass to actually see. But it's sort of the imagery kind of comes and goes and kind of I see potential, and yeah, it's
There,
it's sort of like a dream, you know, like you when you wake up and oh, I dreamt about this, and it's sort of, and then it just kind of, and it then it evaporates. So you kind of sketch quickly little doodles, very kind of, and then and then and then
there was a guest that I had on at one point who said, it was, I think, Shamar Knight Justice, who said that if you when you're reading a manuscript from someone else, if you don't see the image in your head, then that's not the manuscript for you.
Oh,
Like,
yeah, that's good.
yeah, I was like, that really, like, I understand the sentiment of like of that 100%, because it's totally true that if you're reading something and like it doesn't all of a sudden evoke something in your brain about like, oh, this is the way that that should look, or whatever it may be, then like, oh, well, maybe that isn't the right manuscript. Maybe that isn't the thing that, or like maybe there's just a disconnect between you and that work in particular. And so when he said that, I was like, oh, that's like the perfect way to describe how to make that connection.
Yeah.
Is there, when you get manuscripts, do you, how much time do you spend with them before you sort of make the call of, this is a project I want to work on versus this is a project that maybe it's a pass in the moment?
I can hear your dog.
Oh yeah,
is this your dog?
yes.
Oh, it's so nice.
I don't know if I would agree that screech upstairs is nice, but yes, that's our dog Noodle, who has we think is a little bit deaf and blind, and so she barks at nothing sometimes. So. She's lovely otherwise. She's very cute, but she barks. When we first got her, we thought she was barking at ghosts. We didn't see anything, but yet she was still barking like there was something there. Do you have pets?
No, don't.
You don't have kids. You don't have pets. What's going on?
You know, I'm allergic to dogs.
Oh,
that's the heartbreaker.
yes.
Total heartbreaker.
Yes.
Yeah.
Very sorry.
So,
that's like,
yeah.
That's real challenging in my mind. Are you allergic to cats too, or is it all fur?
Could be.
Okay.
Could be too. Yeah. I love animals. Anytime I get to spend time with an animal, I'll take it. I'll suffer through the. But I can be like 24/7 for long. It's not feasible. Not. But going back to the manuscripts, no, it's really I read. I think I am, and I like it. I say I like it. If I don't see it, I have a hard time saying no, because it just kind of it's you know, it's kind of, you think, well, maybe you could do something with it, but you're right, you know, it's not the book for you. Somewhere else will do fabulous fabulous work with that book, and somebody will enjoy reading that book.
Have you turned down a lot of offers?
I turned down in the past, but only because I'm really slow.
Oh, okay.
Really slow, so can
Wait,
turn.
How long does it take for you to make a book?
I got faster at it, much faster now. But you know, I don't know how to answer that question, because I have difficulties estimating time, passing time. So, but oh gosh, just look at this. This is like tiny pencil. How much you can cover a page with a pencil like this. So yeah, it takes a time. I
mean, how much time do they normally give you? Like, are they giving you?
Oh.
To be honest, like I have no concept. I have not been able to pin down whether the amount of time that I'm given is because of the type of work that I do. Because like let's as an example, I generally get about, I'm gonna say 6 months from sketch stage to finish. And I don't know if that's common. I don't know if that's just literally because of, I'm working in a style that allows for or it's not like super detailed, or it's not, whatever it may be. And I look at someone like, with your work looks like it needs the time. It needs the patience. And so I don't know, do they give you a lot more time because of your approach?
I think the whole book in the past was close to a year or 9 months to make from sketches to finish, I think.
Wow. Yes, you have time to really like play and figure stuff out.
Yeah.
That's the and part of it for me, I don't know if it's the same for you, but I look at the time and how much I make on something like that. And so like there is I need to, there's a limit on how long I'm willing to work on a book without thinking like, oh, I'm losing out on other jobs, or I could be doing something else. But again, your aesthetic requires some time and patience.
I got faster, so that was in the past. Now, maybe like okay, let me think. The summer and winter book and Bunny, they were done in much quicker. Oops. Oh gosh.
I mean, I don't need accurate. We don't.
6 months a book. I don't know. Because of I think because I moved to working on a tablet and painting with the big brushes and maybe drawing less. So maybe I became much faster. Yeah, I know. It's that's a good question. Like, running out of money.
And I don't want to actually admit that like it really does come down to like, it's. I wish I could say it's more than just the love of. Or that I wish I could say it's just the love of making books.
Yeah, you have to make a living.
Yeah.
Have to keep the lights on.
Yeah. And so there's a time, and same thing with like offers. I don't know if it's the same for you, because you have and I could be sort of thinking wrong here, but I mean, you have New York Times bestseller books. I do not have those. And so I don't get huge offers, but that weighs into the fact that like when I do work on a book, I need to be cognizant of how much time I spend, because they're not paying me a year's salary. A book, it is way less than that. And so I gotta hedge my bets on time with some of this. It's a tricky thing, and I mean, there's people that talk about it, but I'm not going to quote prices or anything of the sort, but I do think that that's one of those things where like each individual has to weigh out like, yeah, what is your cutoff point? Say, I need more money, more time, or whatever it may be. Have you ever taught before?
Have I ever what?
Taught.
Oh, yes. I taught. That's a funny word, taught. Yes, I did for a few years. I taught at the art college here. Yeah, it was fun. It was good experience.
What did you teach specifically?
Illustration. I think that's what I did. I don't remember.
Was it
yeah,
like general illustration, or was it a course that was like picture books or something of the sort?
It was illustration, third year illustration. It was like all kinds of things like corporate, editorial, picture book, storyboarding, all kinds of things that just illustrators have to do. Yeah.
And okay, now I'm gonna ask a question, because at the beginning of this you said you were nervous, and thinking about teaching, was that an environment where you felt nervous?
You get to know people, so it's oh gosh, yeah, that was nerve-wracking. At the beginning it was totally nerve-wracking. I just like I don't know, it's just like everybody else. And then you get to know people, and it's sort of, you get more comfortable interacting.
Yeah. You become friends eventually.
Yeah.
In a
Eventually, yeah.
fun way. I mean, maybe not with all the students. There's some students who don't need to be my friend.
Yeah.
I won't say that to them to their face, but yes, there are some students I don't need to hang on to in my life at certain points. I just wrapped for the or not yet. I'm sorry. I have one more day of class. And then I hit summer break.
Nice.
We had a lovely day in class today where I teach the seniors professional practice. So I'm teaching them all about contracts and all that, the fun stuff. But since today was sort of a little summation of the final bit of the year, we played games and sort of relaxed, because last night was their senior show. So today was that moment when, thinking about like becoming friends with them, is a moment where we were like, it wasn't a teacher student relationship. It was something other. Do you ever do like mentorships or anything of the sort with
I haven't done those. No, I haven't done those. How does this? Have you done this, and how does it look like?
I have.
What does it take?
I'm going to. Well, it's a way to like make extra cash. Let's put it that way. I'm going to announce. I was thinking even tomorrow of posting it, but because I have my summers off for teaching, it's a time where I basically put up a thing online saying, hey, I'm doing mentorships. And what people do is they pay for the amount of sessions, and it's like cheaper for less sessions. But obviously, or not cheaper. It is cheaper the more sessions you take. The per session is cheaper. Let's put it that way. But I just meet with them online, and I talk shop with them, help them with their portfolio. Like, it's probably not much different than what you did in class, and it's just a different crowd, because you're dealing with potentially not students, but people who are outside of that. But it's been very, very rewarding to work on, and meeting people. And what's really interesting is you know, the first person I did a mentorship with is their second book is coming out soon, I think.
Nice.
And they had like I helped them with their story that got them their agent and then got them. And I'm not saying I take credit for all of it, but like I was there at the beginning, sort of like seeing it all come to bear fruit, and it was really, really fun to see them like succeed. And now has their book out there, and then there's other folks who like have been in the industry for a long time and just want to talk shop, you know, just want to sit down with someone that they know and or like that they get along with and just go, hey, what do you think about this project I'm working on? It's you should look into it. It's very, very fun.
And then when you meet with them online, is this like within a sort of a different program or just on FaceTime or?
I just use Zoom. That's all. It's as simple as just Zoom or like Google Meet.
Oh, okay, I see. Okay.
And so it's not, you know, universal enough that those folks don't need to have some crazy app that they're not used to or thing of that sort. But yeah, it's as simple as that. And then all of a sudden it's just, yeah, let's talk about what you want to make and how to make it better. And that's what I'm saying. You could
explore this.
Yes. You could make money doing this.
I should look into this. Yeah, that was.
I guarantee you. I mean, I can send people your way because I know there's people that love your work so much that, given the knowledge that like you're going to open the door to your wealth of knowledge, that I bet you get people knocking down your door to chat with you.
That's a good. Oh, that's a good possibility. Thank you.
I can share with you like how I price stuff and sort of how it works for me. But there's quite a few folks that do this now, I think, or it's become a little bit more like do you know the illustrator Mike Lowry at all?
If you tell me how it looks like the work.
He's very cartoony. He did what was the series that he did? If my wife is watching right now, the one with the Queen, Spy. Oh man, I can't even think of it. Anyways, he does similar things where he has a drawing school that you can go online. He will give prompts and meet with people and whatnot. It's a good revenue maker. I just heard my wife try to say it into her phone. Let's see if it
that is good. Man. Yeah. I taught before I taught the third year, for a few years I taught what do you call this? Extension classes.
Oh, we would continue.
Yeah, extension classes. So this is non what do you call it? Non-credit classes for like evening classes for adults. And
there's a bunch of terms.
I can see the difference between like the people that they are there because they really want to be there and they just put heart and soul into learning picture books. That's what I was teaching, picture books. And this is exactly what you were mentioning by mentoring people, that this is that type of person that truly wants to that is
working with the students that I work with. That is the thing that I enjoy about the older student that comes back to school is that they're coming back with a mission.
Yes, that's what it is. Yes,
the mission may not be fully understood. Like, they're coming back to school because they need school, but they're coming back with they're not just there because you go to college because everybody goes to college. They're coming back with I got to learn these skills. And And admittedly, I will say some of that can be challenging because they might come back thinking exactly what they need, and in reality, they might need something totally different.
Mm-hmm.
But it is still a very good dynamic with a student.
Mm-hmm.
They put their whole heart into it. Um, have you gone and taken any sort of continuing ed yourself, or like, are there any that come back and,
Mm.
oh, I really need that skill?
Oh, I need a lot of skills.
You don't
Oh
that many.
gosh. Oh gosh. I have taken some classes online, sort of, not really art related. I have taken. Oh, I have taken writing classes, like creative writing
Okay.
classes in person. That was. Oh, that actually. This is what kind of got me more into writing. Yeah, those classes. Um, and then I was thinking of taking more classes, but I don't know. It's just sort of.
With
Um,
shoot, what was I gonna say? There was something I was gonna add to that. Oh, now I lost it.
mm-hmm.
It was it was about classes
Mm-hmm.
and stuff. Oh, it was with jumping to Procreate.
Okay.
Is that something that you just sort of picked up on your own,
Oh,
or did you
yeah.
actually do any sort of training with that in particular? Just because it's it's a new app.
This is a funny story. I just started to kind of experimenting, trying to learn on my own, the Procreate classes. And so, yeah, basically what I have kind of learned. And then a few years ago, this is embarrassing. This is very embarrassing. And this is about continuing education. I signed up to take classes. I bought classes to learn Procreate because I figured out, I kind of only use certain percentage,
Yeah.
like all of us. We learn, Photoshop, and we just kind of do certain percentage, and there's so much more that we don't
Yeah.
know. And so I pay for classes. Oops, I pay for classes, and I forgot. I never took them. So yeah.
I was like, there's nothing. What you had said was the embarrassing thing. I'm like, there's nothing embarrassing about signing up for a class. I don't understand this. But then the fact that you forgot that you had signed up, uh, yeah,
Yeah.
I get that. Uh, I I know that when I was, it's not the exact same thing, but when I was in college, I know that I signed up for an animation class,
Uh-huh.
thinking like, oh, I go learn animation, and I forgot that I had signed up for it, and just I ended up having to like withdraw or do something to get out of the class. But it was that same sort of like, oh yeah, that's on my schedule, and I just didn't even
Yeah.
factor it in.
Yeah. I just never got to it. So
Well, hopefully,
then
hopefully you didn't spend a ton of money on it.
yeah, no, it wasn't. It's. I'm sure I can find the information somewhere, but it's just so confusing. Um, but then, they have Procreate has just their own tutorial,
Yeah.
and I kind of sat down with the tutorial and learn about different things on my own, sort of, kind of. So, um, a little better.
You, was it
Understand?
was it hard to pick up just as an app for you? Like, was it something that came naturally, or was it?
From the beginning?
Yeah.
Oh, it was. Oh my gosh, that was so confusing because it's totally different than Photoshop. So kind of, you learn something and then it's sort of different. No, it was painful, kind of. When I remember, it's just like, why this is not doing the thing I want to do? Why this is not? How do you do this? And just constantly like, I lost something.
But
Yeah,
it's
all the time.
when I started out with it, like I got it right when Procreate first entered the scene,
Mm-hmm.
and I had been using Photoshop, but I wasn't digitally drawing at
Mm-hmm.
all. But there was a real heavy learning curve,
Yeah.
and it's this day where students like I think just this semester, I was like, someone was trying to draw something and they wanted to make a circle. I was
Mm-hmm.
like, oh, it's really hard to make a perfect circle in the app. And then they said, oh, all you gotta do is just tap on the screen as you're making a circle, and it will
Mm-hmm.
automatically make one.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, whoa,
Mm-hmm.
whoa, 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 what? And it was just I had not uh, I had not heard that particular little bit, and it was earth shattering.
Mm-hmm.
I had spent the last however many years thinking I knew all the stuff that it could do, and then hear that it was just this one little thing that was holding back
Mm-hmm.
in that option. So um, that's yeah, no, I get it
Mm-hmm.
loud and clear. Um, is there are you someone like if you're using Procreate, are you jumping back and forth um, into Photoshop, or do you do pretty much like end in Procreate?
I do in Procreate, and then the final page is done in Photoshop. I mean, like, there is not enough layers in Procreate to even do a quarter of the image I want to do. So, yeah, no, everything is put together in the Photoshop. But a really funny thing, I don't know, you're gonna have a lag on your feed, but
Wait,
very often when I work on the tablet,
yeah.
and then I switch to paint to drawing, I haven't done that now yet, but I often like it's kind of like if something is too small
Uh,
and I'm kind of drawing, I'll do this.
yep, yep. You
It,
do the
I try to
centers.
pinch the
Yep.
paper open to zoom in. It's just, it makes me laugh. It's sort of kind of like um, a, a muscle memory.
Yep.
Weird
No,
muscle
like
memory.
double tap to go or to undo.
Yeah,
I don't.
where's the Command Z? Command Z, I need Command Z because I just wreck a drawing or something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's a few times that I've like made that mistake,
Mm-hmm.
but I think I work so much off the computer at this point
Mm-hmm.
that it's more so when I'm actually on the computer, I'm having to really concentrate on like
Mm-hmm.
commands. I have to like look at the keyboard to make sure I'm hitting the right keys.
Mm-hmm.
And whereas there's some people who like when they work on the computer, they don't even look down at what they're touching.
Mm-hmm.
Do the various actions or whatever. Um, were you technically savvy in general when it comes
No,
to okay?
no, not at all, not at all.
But
No.
you've grown to the point where now you're looking for that undo button and you're looking for those things.
Yeah, yeah,
You've come to enjoy them
yeah,
over time.
yeah. Oh yeah, oh yeah. Kind of have it, but yeah, no, no, not technically.
It's
I think I think oh, if you're drowning, you kind of wanna stay afloat, huh? So that's sort of like if you're not technically savvy, you find a way to figure things
yeah.
out and learn.
It's I grew up in the era, and I assume it's probably about the same for you, that um, no one really showed us how to use the programs. You just
Mm-hmm.
kind of
Yeah.
you just pushed everything. And you're like,
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna hit this button, see what happens, and
Mm-hmm.
then you figure out what it does, or semi figure out what it does, and then you go to the next button. You go, well, what's this one do now? And
Mm-hmm.
you just kind of constantly are poking and prodding at the program, hoping to find the thing that you need, or better yet, not just find the thing you need, but find what it does,
Mm-hmm.
and then figure out you're like, oh, that's how I use that. That's how I can apply it, or what have you. Um, with uh, with the drawing stuff, you must scan your drawings in the end, right?
Yes.
What are you using for a scanner? Do you know the scanner off the top of your head?
I don't remember. I know in the past it was actually, it really mattered in the past what kind of scanner you have. So you had to have, well, there were two types of scanners. I think one was called like a deep bed, and the
Flatbed?
other one
Yeah.
flatbed, and so you wanted to have the one that has a deeper one, so you get the light when it goes through, it scans everything more smoothly, as opposed to casting kind of weird sharp angles reflecting from the imperfection of the paper.
Yeah.
So that really made a big difference, and that was a very old scanner, and it sort of like, we didn't talk about the scanner. We didn't even we don't talk about the scanner. We don't talk about the health of the scanner. We just don't jinx it. It works. It's a sort of um you know because you didn't know how long this full scanner will last. So, but
I
but
get it.
now, excuse me.
I said I get it. They now last longer, and
Yeah,
uh,
yeah. But if you start talking and asking questions, and it's just like next, like a day later, it could just croak,
yeah,
and
they
you wouldn't
they know that
understand.
you're questioning their value. Yeah, they're
Yeah.
not willing
So,
to put up with
mhm,
you challenging their authority.
exactly. But today, I think the technology is so much far ahead that it really doesn't matter what kind of scanner you have. I
Yeah.
think it just like will scan. Sometimes I will even take a um, photo with my iPhone in a good light, and then just kind of what is it, adjust in a Photoshop,
Yeah, color
and
correct and
yeah,
all that.
and it will be good. So I think, yeah, it's sort of, so I
It,
wouldn't, I don't remember what kind of scanner I have, and probably doesn't matter now.
no, I mean it's one of those things where some people will like. I know the brand that I have because
Mm-hmm.
it's an Epson. It's a pretty classic brand,
Right.
but I also
I
know
think, yeah.
there's one that has just lasted longer than the others. It doesn't mean the
Oh,
but
yeah.
the one that I have just has been a workhorse.
Mm-hmm.
But it doesn't mean you can't get a good image out of other
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
scanners.
Mm-hmm.
Matter
That's true.
this one has lasted a long time, so it's
Mm-hmm.
got value in that for me. Um, is there when this is going to be weird? Well, not a weird question, not a weird question for you, but a question uh, for said audience who may be going like, okay, I know scanners somewhat, but what
Mm-hmm.
EPI are you scanning at? This is like, I feel like it's a weirdly personal question. Some people have different opinions on what to scan at, but do you know what you're like? Are you a 300 or are you a 600? Or,
I used to scan at 600. I think this time I scan at 300, and even enlarging something, like I said, the technology went so much ahead that even if you enlarge in Photoshop, it does not make diminish the quality. So Yeah,
Yeah, not
I think.
in the same capacity that it once did.
Mm-hmm.
It's
Yeah,
better
exactly.
at interpolating those scans.
Mm-hmm.
Let's put it that way.
Mm-hmm.
Um, the is one of those ones, like, I think I used to do 450 or 600.
Mm-hmm.
Now oftentimes I just do 300,
Mm-hmm.
and part of it is just getting it down to the scale that it's going to be printed at. Looks
Mm-hmm.
like, I feel like I'm looking at it the way that it should be looked at,
Mm-hmm.
if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah,
But
yeah, yeah.
um,
Mm-hmm.
the is there the scan photo? I'm just trying to think. Is there any other tech that you use in your process that people would be uh, surprised to hear?
I'm gonna take a photo now. What do you mean by tech? Like
Uh,
the
so like a couple weeks ago, I had on Edwardian Taylor, illustrator
Mm-hmm.
stuff for uh, Kidlit and uh, video games and things of the sort. And one of the things that he said that kind of caught me off guard, that I understand why he does it, but I
Mm-hmm.
know that he did it, was he sometimes maps out uh, the environment that he's working on in 3D.
Oh, that was
3D
kind of no.
software. He
Oh,
goes through and
it's
maps out.
mm-hmm. Uh, this is too complicated
Yeah,
for me.
yeah. But I mean,
Yeah.
okay, so let's remove the word tech out of it.
Mm-hmm.
He also said that, like, sometimes he would even make a cardboard version of his setup, so he
Mm-hmm.
can see what it looks like, just visual lighting and things of the sort. Do you do any sort of like maquette or scenes to
Mm.
have a better understanding of what you're drawing, or is it pretty much out of your head every time?
Mm. I will. I will throw it out. I. Mm, Sometimes I will take like a if I need a lighting, like and to understand sort of where would sort of things be. Oh, what just happened? See, that's our tech. I just lost.
Yeah.
Okay, let me just bring again the photo. Okay. See, this is techie. I will take a little stuffed toy, like a not just a small thing, and kind of shine a light on it to understand, like, sort of if it's very if it's well if it's
Yeah,
crucial. Let me just do this so I don't do that.
just to give yourself
And I
like
have it.
a sense of the light and how it hits the surface, or
Mm-hmm.
what it reflects.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Oops.
totally makes sense.
Yeah.
The every once in a while, um, I have students who, like, really need that process
Mm-hmm.
because they just can't wrap their head around sort of
Mm-hmm.
3D, and I 3D meaning like how a object fits in a space dimensionally.
Mm-hmm.
But
Mm-hmm.
it's the challenge that I have is I'm at a point where, and I think maybe even yours is slightly different than what I run into in my work, but I am maybe a little less, oh, not a little, I think I'm quite a bit less realistic,
Mm-hmm.
potentially, uh, than what you do with your work,
Mm-hmm.
in the sense of uh, I'm a little bit more like, I don't really care if the lighting's correct,
Mm-hmm.
or I don't really,
Mm-hmm.
if those elements are perfect of any sort. And so, I can understand definitely with uh, like in your case, if the lighting doesn't work, then potentially the
Mm-hmm.
doesn't work, or the scene doesn't fit as a whole.
Mm-hmm.
Um, I don't run into it probably as often, but it is it is a good skill set to have. Let's put it that
Yeah.
way. Uh,
Yeah. Yeah.
are there other projects in the works that are obviously you probably can't like name
Mm-hmm.
everything,
Mm-hmm.
you can't give us all the details, but
Mm, I'm working now on third book from the winter, summer, and now I'm working on fall friendship story that was written by Kelsey Gross.
so
And
it's gonna be a spring one then, I'm assuming.
oh yeah, oh spring. No, what am I working on? Fall or spring? Uh,
Wait,
oh my gosh,
yeah.
it's just like out of my. Let me think.
I mean, there
Um.
has to be like you. That's a
Oh,
doing
yes, fall.
3. There has to be a fourth one. There's no. That'd be crazy
Yes.
not to do a fourth one. Okay.
Yeah, definitely. But right now I'm working on fall. Yes, that's
Okay.
fall.
Okay.
It's sometimes like when you I find, yeah, like uh it used to be in the past that uh like somebody asks you what days of the week today is or what time it is, and it's like scrambling without a watch. I don't know. It's kind of like an instant shock of not knowing. And so that sort of thing still stays with me on things that I can't quickly recall on my feet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
But
it's you know, I imagine even just thinking about that, the idea of the series, the season series,
mm-hmm,
that like I know there's a book series that I've worked on that at some point might get another book,
mm-hmm,
and purely because like there are so many options for the next book, and it's
mm-hmm,
the subject matter or what have you, just lends itself to,
mm-hmm,
oh, we continue this in some interesting manner.
mm-hmm,
um, the with the series like that, or even Quiet Loud,
mm-hmm.
you know that one as well has a like continuous, or like it it has the potential to grow, or to change, or
Mm-hmm.
become something else as time
Mm-hmm.
goes on.
Mm-hmm.
Do you like
Mm-hmm.
something like that that has a um, multiple stories?
Series.
Yeah, like a series,
Mm-hmm.
or just in general a book where you see, where you work on it more than just a singular instant.
Mm-hmm. I I like when it happens organically. I think if it was written as let's do like a 3 book, 4 book contract, and the pressure of having that coming to fruition. I think that's kind of stressful, I would say. But if it happens very organically, that there's the time to do another book of let's do summer, let's do fall, let's do spring. That's exciting because it's kind of continuation of it's nice to have work.
Yeah,
Yeah, I like that. Yeah.
I feel like the season one, like you have to do the
Mm-hmm.
fourth one though, because that would be a real bump.
Yes.
Was if it was all of them except for
Yes.
one
Yes.
particular.
Yes.
That one has
Yes.
to happen one way or another.
Yes. Yes.
Um, if it's
There definitely will be
yeah.
a spring.
Okay,
Yes, of
okay,
course.
good. I don't wanna be held waiting and
Mm-hmm.
never get that
Mm-hmm.
book. Uh,
Mm-hmm.
is there are there projects in particular that like, not necessarily stuff that's happening right now, but are there projects that you look at that you go, oh, at some point I would like to work on a book like this, or um, this is the kind of like dream project for you in some sense?
That's a good question. I think pop-up book would be very challenging. Very challenging. I wouldn't know where to start.
But do you want to do a pop-up book?
I don't know. I never thought of that. But it just popped in my mind. But I don't know.
I
don't know what.
It's one of those ones where, yeah, I feel like I definitely like pop-up book I could see, but something that's interactive, or in your case, like a book that has like those board books for kids that have the tactile.
Oh, yeah, I love those. Yes.
Yeah, we're like, with your work being so sort of soft and fuzzy to begin with, it would be very easy to transition from your paintings to a tactile thing without having a huge or without a huge disconnect from one to the next. So I could see that being a easy lift for you.
Yeah. That sounds, that is nice.
Yeah.
That reminds me of a book I had as a kid. It was about 3 or 4 bears,
Okay.
and they were sort of kind of they were cutouts in a book, and they were all sitting in the pockets, and then you took them out and you put them into different situations. Sort of. Oh, that's thank you for that. I just remember that.
If you make a book like that, then I would be in the dedication.
Yes.
No, it's I don't know. Have you? I mean, obviously, like something like Red Wagon got turned into a board book like that.
Yes.
But that idea of like different types of books, like I know your work tends to be in that picture book range. Have you considered doing anything like in older at any point?
Oh, like graphic novel?
Yeah,
maybe.
Like not necessarily young adult, but like middle grade, or that next age up. Have you considered doing anything along those lines?
I think I would love to do that. I think that would be, I could do different imagery, like more sophisticated, maybe, like not more sophisticated in terms of not childlike, but sort of different.
Yeah.
I think that would be a really nice challenge. I think
it's one of those ones where, like, at some point I would like to do something that's maybe a little bit older audience, just to see like. But I also know that, like, I have the tendency to put googly eyes on things because they're cute, and I tend to lean towards that cute aesthetic, and so fighting against that might be a little challenging. But it's again going back to that idea of like having my kid. He's reading books that are not even, they don't even have pictures at this point. But that idea of like, as he grew up, seeing early chapter books and seeing some of these iterations has changed my perspective on what kind of work would be interesting or fun to try of some sort as I go along. What's your library look like right now? What's your bookshelf? Do you have lots and lots of books?
You're gonna hate me.
Uh-oh.
I had many books, a lot of books, and a few years ago, I figured out that books need to be read, and books need to be read by children. So we took a lot of books to Oh, I don't remember what is it called now. I think it's
Like a
it's a house where it's a reading house. So they they have groups of kids going and just read books and just play and
so not a library, but
no, it's not a library. It's a social interaction kind of. I think it's called Calgary Reads. I don't remember, but yeah.
I cannot. You said I was going to hate you for it, but that I can't hate you for. Putting books in the hands of kids is not something I'm against of any sort. Yeah, they
Yeah.
like burnt them all. Then yeah, I got an issue with it. But giving them to kids is not a bad one at
Yeah.
all.
Yeah, I really believe that they should be, used and 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 just when you see a well used book, you know that it serves its purpose because it's so torn and mingled and flipped so many times and read so many times and
So here's a question then. Do you still have any books at this
oh
point?
yes, I still have few. I still have few of
Not that
books.
you wouldn't keep some, but do you have any um, that are picture books, or do you have a lot of like? Is your library primarily books for you to read at this point?
I have lots of picture books, mostly by friends. Picture books that were with dedication. Um, Picture books that some new picture books that I come across, and they really inspire me. So yeah, I do. Mm,
Who who are the folks that are inspiring you today? Like who are the stars for you?
oh, I love. I'm just looking at this. I love Miyakoshi. What's her first name? Miyakoshi. Akiko Miyakoshi.
Wait,
There's
is
this
that
one.
the true one?
Yeah, the little shrew. It's so cute,
I
and it's
see that one. That one is totally up your alley. Yeah, we have that here too. Once you started to say the name, I was like, I think it's the same person, but I can't.
yeah, yeah.
Uh, um, did you uh, have you seen Dear Bookstore at this point?
Did I see one more time?
It's a book called Dear Bookstore.
No.
That I think you would like it a lot. I don't. I think it's. Wait, no. Is it called Dear Bookstore? Hold on. I'll go grab it. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
I think it's right up your alley. It is. Yeah, Dear Bookstore.
Mm-hmm.
Canadian illustrator.
Mm-hmm.
Genevieve Gabeau, I think is how you say it.
Oh. Wait. Let me just get out.
Yeah, I don't know if you
This.
can screen.
Oh my gosh, it looks so cute. Let me just. This is so small on my
Oh, here, I'll
iPhone.
get it closer
Oh,
so you
it's
can see. It's all
beautiful. Yeah.
pastels and like again,
Oh yes. I
right
love
up
her work.
your alley.
Oh
That's
yeah.
one that like I could see. That's I think the only book that we have by her, but I do want more because that one's so like gorgeous
Mm-hmm.
in general. But
This
are there artists in particular that you collect or that you um,
this.
when their books come out, you're like, I must get that.
Hmm. I'm sure they are. This reminded me of. Did you see this one?
Hold on, let me get to my screen here real quick.
Uh,
Oh
it's a
yes,
very big
yes,
book.
Lost
That
House.
reminded me of the colors that.
Wait, there's like 2 or 3 in that series, right?
I don't know. I don't know.
I have that one, but I think there is a follow-up to that one.
I have to take a look at that.
This is the challenge. You just got rid of a bunch of books, and now I'm like, you got to go get this one.
Yeah, that was a few years ago. We took the books. So I have room on my shelves.
I have the downside of because I teach the children's book stuff. Like I need to have a collection of them for teaching.
Mm-hmm.
This is me the excuse.
Mm-hmm.
Like, oh, I need to go get more books.
Mm-hmm.
I think we went out to a bookstore on Sunday and we bought 2 books. And then this next, on Saturday, I have to go to a Kid Lit event. And I'm sure that we're going to buy a few books there. And it's just like basically every couple of weeks we have a new book that we've bought. Not just a book that we've gotten from the library, but that we've physically bought up in the old house. And we probably don't need that to happen as often. But,
it's so tempting when you we have few independent bookstores, and just such a lovely bookstore that, oh my goodness, it's really hard not to buy a book. And it's like, I don't know, it's also nice to know that people buying your books. That's why we buy books, because it's supporting the writers.
yeah. Do you see, I mean, your books must be in pretty much all bookstores.
We have in the independent bookstores. The other one, big one, is Chapters Indigo. I think they are there too. Yeah, I think so. I don't know. I don't go to the big bookstores.
Yeah, your books have been, have sold enough and have become iconic enough, at least in my mind, that I would think you could probably at least find one in most bookstores at this point without issue. The other day we were out at a bookstore in a town near us, and we came across one of my books in the bookstore, which is
nice.
kind of,
yeah.
It's. I mean, the books that I have sell, but they don't sell in the same capacity. And one of those books was like, whoa, I haven't seen this, and it was a book I had not seen in the store ever before, and so it was kind of rewarding to see it. And then I had awkward asking them if they wanted me to sign it.
Nice.
So now someone can get a book that has my signature in it, and that doesn't mean anything.
Oh, it does. It does.
It may mean something to them. It doesn't mean anything to me.
That's reminded me something. When I started at the beginning, I went to the big bookstores and I saw one of the earlier book. I think it was Little Panda, and I was so excited. And I asked them, if they would like to have signed copies?
Yeah.
So yeah, of course.
And
I made spelling mistakes.
Oh.
I didn't even know. I didn't even know. Because I used to write little things, and each book had something different written.
Yep.
And one or two books, it was spelling mistakes, so I had to buy those books because I was so embarrassed. So I bought those books with spelling mistakes.
That is a deep fear of mine. Whenever I that I'm going to misspell someone's name,
Mm-hmm.
or and then it's a question of, do you cover it up?
Mm-hmm.
Like, oh, I'm going to draw something here and I'm going to make it really dark, and then no one will notice that there
Mm-hmm.
has spelling.
Mm-hmm.
But there, that is one of those ones where, like, yeah, just as dumb as it sounds, just that mistake scares me to death every time, and so I'm like extra careful when I'm if it's my signature, that's fine. I don't care about that. But the rest of it, or when I make a little drawing in a book or something like that, that I have to make sure that it lives up to the actual piece in the book, because I don't want it to look like it was a cheap version
Mm-hmm.
of what was done originally.
Mm-hmm.
There's all sorts of weird, like, um, anxiety around that for me.
Mm-hmm.
That
Mm-hmm.
called up something pretty serious in my head.
Mm-hmm.
Have you done that in front of someone, like misspelled, or has it always been sort of behind the scenes?
I think I did. I think I did misspell. I don't remember. But it's very common for me to misspell things, so I'm sure I did. People usually don't mind. It's just this is called being human. It's wonderful to being flawed human, and it like it's one of the kind having a book that is with misspell. I think it's sort of it's different. I
Well,
would say.
there's a book that I did wherein um, a dinosaur book that has a little hidden character that's on every page,
Oh.
or every spread. And it was like, okay, this is a fun little gimmick for the kids to, like, search for this one little dinosaur that shows up.
Mm-hmm.
The problem is, somewhere along the lines, I think I dropped a layer in Photoshop. So the
Oh.
face that's on that little dinosaur on one of the spreads is missing.
Oh.
Like two black dots and two little black dots for nostrils. So it's two eyes, nostrils, and a little mouth. And
Oh.
what's fun, though, is because I made that mistake, every time I sign that book, I go make the corrections on that. So I go in and I just, with a little marker on the eyes.
Oh, that's funny.
But then it's also, I get to make it like, okay, only that this is it. Like, if it's a little kid,
Mm-hmm.
you can say it that way, but also each one of them is slightly different, just because the wobble of a hand or whatever comes into play. It's got that same sort of, like, each one's unique at that point, and that's what that's all they need to know, is that it's unique and no one else has one like that. But purely because of a dumb mistake. Have you had books come back that had mistakes like that? You after the fact realized, oh, you dropped a layer in Photoshop, or you have a little brush that's on a page, or those kinds of things?
Almost. The book I am working on now. I got notes from the editor, and because I'm so thankful. Oh my gosh, I'm so glad she caught the mistake, because I was going to go into the finals and just keep working on it. I dropped the character. I dropped a little bird. He wasn't in the book anymore. So yeah, I would have finished the picture book without that character. That's funny. Yeah.
I feel like that's one of those things where, like, if you did that, more than likely someone along the line would have caught it, like, even further down the line, if it was like the color correction side of things.
Yeah.
Often said, like,
Definitely.
we're correcting, but we don't see this one color that should be in this scene. How do you deal with edits and color correction and that kind of stuff, in the sense of, because you have such a, like, finite detail in your work? Are you someone it like with a fine-tooth comb, goes through every proof that you get, and like get really nitpicky with the corrections, or is that something wherein you sort of cut loose?
I used to be very thorough. I used to be very thorough. I think, I think, I think mostly color correction mostly is close to what is on a screen. Um, did I add something? It's just different. I think it's just different, unless there's a big shift.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's just different. I can't think of anything. I'm just looking at the books. So,
Do you find, I'm looking at the books that I have on the side here, you have a real, like a mid-tone gray that shows up in a lot of like the because of the graphite or because of the pencil. Do you have to correct now, whether it be in the color correction stage after it's been printed or beforehand? Do you have to spend a lot of time trying to get that tone correct?
Let me think. That's a good question. I I think the solution for this is usually I have to correct contrasts to bring something that is getting lost in the just one tone. I think yeah, I had to do that. Yes.
That's it's one of those ones where, like, I think partially because I mix paint on the surface, that a lot of times I end up with like not the most vibrant colors from folks or from my illustrations, and so then it becomes a question of like how much to color correct, and my screen versus what comes out in print. But I don't think I've ever had a print come back that's been as vibrant as the original paint in general. Do you find that your work, like seeing it in print, is inherently darker than, or I mean, obviously, like you want it to be as close as possible, but is it actually accurate, or do you end up with stuff that comes back darker than intended?
I think sometimes comes darker. Sometimes there's a color shift. Comes darker when it's printed on uncoated paper. So maybe then have to adjust. I had some books where the color shift was quite noticeable. I don't remember which book it was, but there was we had to adjust, and I think the printer adjusted the inks to make it closer to what is the original. I think it was like too much. I think the red tint, I think that's what it was, kind of made it, shifted the colors. So yeah, but yeah.
You're still getting color proofs, right?
Yes.
There are some folks who I've talked to that they're not actually getting hard copy proofs anymore.
Oh.
It's really strange to me, just because, like, how do you know what color it's going to be without that? I mean, there's I'm trying to think. Maybe there's a couple of companies where I've worked with that have done that, where they don't send me traditional sort of hard copy proofs, but for the most part, they do send something that allows me to see basic color. Are you getting F&G still?
I get flat proofs. I used to get F&G FNGs. Now I think flat proofs. Although no, I got FNGs for the winter and summer. Oh yeah, no, and I got for the bunny book.
Okay.
No, I get those. I think I get FNGs and then I get flat proofs, FNGs, and then if there is some sort of adjusting, then I'll just get the pages that needed to be adjusted.
Yeah.
Sort of, yeah.
Yeah, you don't get all of them. You just get the ones that need the tweak.
I think maybe it has to do with cost. Like it is quite costly to reprint the whole thing. But if you just reprint a little bit and see if it works, then
so
maybe.
For anybody that's watching that doesn't know what an FNG is, do you want to clue them in?
Oh, would you rather I will confuse them even more?
Yeah, no, an FNG just literally means fold and gather, and so it's that idea of when you get it back, it's not actually connected in the middle. It's literally just like a bunch of pages that are folded and put together, but it gives you a sense of what the actual book is going to look like in.
I have here. Can you see? And that's just loose pages that are folded.
Loose pages, but they have some sort of they're folded so you can understand how they work.
Yes.
They're not easy to read because they flop all over the place, but it gives you a sense of sort of like where your bind is, what kind of structure is with the book itself. So that's just so people don't get confused as to why we're dropping F and G in the comments. But it's certain companies still do that. Some don't. There's other things. I forget who I was talking to, or we were mentioning other terms like ARCs.
What's ARCs?
You don't know what an ARC is?
No.
Advanced reader copy.
What's that? I don't know. Wow, look at that.
Yeah. An advanced reader copy is basically the books that they send out to reviewers, and it says most of the time will say advanced reader copy on it, and then it will say not final proof or something. It has something generally on it that sort of implies, hey, this isn't completely finished, so don't judge it 100% on every little detail in it. And so if they're going to go back and edit text, or if they're going to color correct, or they're going to do those sort of things, that will happen at a later point. But that's what ARC stands for officially, is Advanced Reader.
Interesting.
I've only gotten it on I think 2 books out of all the books I've done. And I don't even know why they send it to me, because it's not real critical. I already have the F and Gs. I already have the other sort of things that are necessary for the author or illustrator to have. With the I don't even know with the publishers. Like, I know you worked with at least a few, but have you worked with a lot of different publishers over time?
Yes, I worked with quite a few different publishers. I also had publishers switching in, like, the winter book and the summer book was an imprint of Paula Weissman, which I absolutely adore working with her. And she has retired, so the imprint now is with Beach Lane Books. So that's a different publisher. Then I worked with my first book was with Penguin Random House, and it was in print. Oh gosh, I don't remember. I'm sorry. I'm on a spot.
It's okay. But it shifted of some sort.
Yeah. I don't remember. Will come back to me. Then I had quite a few books with Houghton Mifflin. Gosh, I loved working with them. I don't know if Houghton Mifflin is still around, or I think they became maybe different or
I think
not.
I don't know.
They just changed the logo. I don't remember.
Well, there was like 5 major publishers at one point, like the big 5, and then a
Yes.
big 4, and I can't remember who it was that was it Houghton Mifflin? It might have been.
Yeah. I think they became. Oh, yeah, I don't remember.
Okay, doesn't matter. Yeah, we don't need to fret over that.
Yeah.
But yeah, that idea of it like changing hands is challenging. Anybody that doesn't know, especially like if you have this, gonna probably make sense to you, but maybe not to everybody else. But if you're working on a project and then sudden midway through it gets handed to someone else, or tossed off to someone else, it's not their priority because they did not conceive of it, or they weren't there at the beginning, so they don't like a project that wasn't.
Oh, hold on. I think the audio was breaking up because somebody was raving a bike outside, so it's very loud. So maybe it will interfere.
Oh,
yeah, interesting. So you say it's not the priority.
well, it's
Yeah, no, I
it's
don't know.
equivalent of like if you have an editor that helped you with the story,
Yes,
and then it
that's
to
true.
another editor, they not to say they won't work on it, but it may not be the thing they're the most excited about because it didn't really help develop it. I've had one project there, or I got signed on to a 2-book deal, and the first one was with the person who signed it. The second one was with someone else who got handed off to at that publisher, and so they're like, who really were they really as excited about the second book because they weren't the one that initially signed the deal, or there's all sorts
that's true. Yeah,
of variables to play.
that's true. Oops. Yeah.
Talk to me a little bit about this is a question I like to ask people that may be a little bit challenging, a little philosophical in some sense, but as an illustrator, there's a point where you have to stop on a project. There's a point where you have to give up and say, like, I've done all I need to do with this visually, and I can't spend the rest of my life working on this project or this page or whatever it may be. How do you know when to stop?
That's a good question.
Or when do you know a piece is done?
Oh, good question. Let me think. I think when you start noodling, when you start changing your mind about colors or shapes, yeah, noodling, like moving from, trying to move a bucket of water with soup spoon only.
Okay.
And it's not, you're not making a dent. I think that's you kind of have to figure out that maybe that part is done.
I like the metaphor that you chose of that you're not making a dent because of the soup spoon or that's a good. I was like, where are you going with this when you mentioned a soup spoon? I didn't know the direction this was going, but like when you started the sentiment, and I'm like, oh, okay, that totally makes sense. It tracks, but that was a caught me off guard at first. The choice of the soup spoon. Yeah. No, and how do you, so along that same line,
Mm-hmm.
how when a piece is not working,
Mm-hmm.
you know,
It's not.
or it's
Yeah.
worth like scrapping that piece.
Mm-hmm. Mm.
You know, as a digital person, you can go, let me undo.
Yes,
As somebody working with a pencil and paper, that's not so easy.
that's true. Mm. It's in that remember from art school, from high school, a teacher was saying that you can dress up your cake in anything you want, but underneath, if the cake is falling apart and it's not keeping a shape and it's not what it's supposed to be, it's not gonna work. So I think it's sort of like
I like that you're dropping metaphors, right? If the cake doesn't taste good, it
yeah,
doesn't matter what kind of frosting you put on
yes,
top.
yes,
Yeah, the
yes.
basic sentiment there.
Mm-hmm.
No, it's there's times where, like, are you the type of person, and I assume that this is probably true for most artists, but
Mm-hmm.
that you're working on a piece that feels like it's going awry for a while, and then all of a sudden it feels like it's back, and then
Mm-hmm.
going awry, and you're sort of constantly sort of fighting that, like, is this piece working out or not situation?
Mm, I think yes, a, a lot of time, and I think I just have to. I usually kind of walk away, and or maybe work on something else for a while, and then come back and see, like, with a fresh eye, if 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 I need to fix it, um or usually I don't start from scratches, but sometimes maybe I do. I don't remember, but yeah, I think, yeah, you have to take kind of time out, and maybe think about something totally different, and usually, like, mm, yeah, kind of, like, again, sorry to using so many metaphors, but maybe it's good, like,
Yeah, no, it works.
you're trying to cross a stream, and you kind of navigate with your feet and trying to figure out, well, which 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 stone to step on, and sort of kind of maybe, it's sort of kind of, yeah, I don't know. I don't know.
Do you get artist block at all?
uh I do. I do. And what am I? What do I do then? That's a good question. um, mm,
Well, well, the reason well, okay, let me put it
yep.
this way. Obviously, artist block is one thing,
Mm-hmm.
but you get imposter syndrome at this point in your career.
Oh, imposter syndrome. No, I don't get those anymore.
Okay.
I don't. It's I came to conclusion that it is perfectly fine not to know things. It's perfectly fine not to. It's it, this is just what makes us humans. And it kind of, I used to have really bad imposter syndrome about everything, and but I don't. I think it's perfectly fine to be just not knowing.
Yeah.
And yeah.
Okay. Good. I'm glad that is. I mean, not everybody has. Not everybody has the same experience, or not everybody sort of has that judgment on themselves of are they good enough on a regular basis. Do you think it's, well, let me ask this is probably a little bit of a loaded question as well, but do you think it's healthy to have some imposter syndrome, or do you think that is sort of quintessentially going the wrong direction as an art to be sort of fighting that battle in a sense?
I think it's healthy. I think it's part of just the journey of exploration, because it's let's put it this way. That's a good question. I don't know. I don't know. It's, I think when you let go of expectations and let go of all the assumptions, you can make peace with being just, I don't know, not perfect.
Yeah.
Like I struggled all my life with perfectionism, and it was just, I don't know, just I guess it made all those wonderful books, and I'm glad I had it. I'm glad I had you know, like oh gosh, I had work that I question my you know, like trust in my intuition of what should be on a page, and that was really tough. But I think I think I don't know. I think it's just something recent that I kind of let go, and I kind of accepted that it's just, it's not any better, it's just different.
Yeah.
And I think that really helped me to just work on my art.
That it's okay to, yeah, there's a maturity in that sort of like that realization that you can that it's okay to let things slide, and that not be perfect, and you are fallible, and that's okay in sort of any given situation. And it's we as artists tend to, and I don't know if this is the same boat for you, but when I was in school and even as a teacher, there's lots of time spent on critique and like what's working, what isn't working, and so we end up in this mindset of judging ourselves quite to the point wherein, like, you know, maybe it gets in the way of our everyday process, or it gets in the way of us feeling like we've accomplished something. But there's part of me that goes that there's a lovely aspect to being able to critique and to be able to sit back and look and say, you know, I can do better. Because if you do that, then fundamentally, I don't know if you're going to grow as an artist. You're actually saying to yourself, like, this could be better than what I've the time that I've given it, or whatever those variables be at play. How much time do you get to play as an artist?
Let's define play. I guess when you enjoy doing your work, or just doing for yourself things.
Meaning like not making work that is client based, or that has some like so like getting out and just sketching for yourself, getting out and work that is not worrying too much about the paycheck.
Mm. Not as much as I would love to, but I guess that's my choice. Choice meaning can I either what we do with our time.
What's your schedule like? Let's start there. Are you working every day on artwork? Do you give yourself time off? Are you one of those people that stays up late or works on weekends to meet your deadline?
I procrastinate a lot, but that's kind of that part is very very
So if there's art directors listening right now, don't pay attention to that part. Is what you're saying. Don't listen to the part about how you procrastinate.
Yeah. No, but you know what? I think procrastination is a wonderful thing, because there is a part of like stewing, like all the things are coming together to sort of the things that you see, the things that you come across, the things that you feel, the things that you experience, and it just everything has some sort of part into your creative process. And then when you finally sit down, maybe you don't think about this so on like this obvious level, but deep down underneath there is this kind of like a river of knowledge going through you, of all the experiences that you can subconsciously put in your art. And I think that part is what makes the difference between not knowing what to do with the piece, and kind of figuring out how to move forward with your image.
Is there when you're working on the projects that you're working on, the whatever book it may be, are you? I mean, you said that you were a procrastinator, which it means that you put stuff off till the end.
Yes.
And maybe that's okay in a lot. But have you missed deadlines?
I missed deadlines in the past. Yes, I did. I wish I didn't. but
did, and did you feel? And this is coming from me as a teacher, where we talk about well, you got to get homework done. You got to do stuff just because kind of situation to the students. Has it affected you in any way, missing a deadline? Like, was there disappointment from anybody, or was it pretty much just hey, you missed a deadline, okay, just get it in on time? Like, was there any ramifications?
Well, I'm sure disappointed. Like when people they count on you, right?
Yeah.
I think it happened in the past. I missed a publication deadline, so the book has to be moved to a different slot, and I think that part lost the other books that were, because there's so much more into making a book. There is there is the author story, there is the illustrator making the imagery and all together, and then you have people that are working on this book, trying to make something beautiful out of it. The editors and art directors and putting the book together, and then you have people that are what is it called, this thing, when you have a committee of people that are making decision on sales. I
Oh
mean,
yeah,
marketing, sales and
yeah.
marketing, and then they are, you know, those people are excited about pushing the books forward, but then when you miss a deadline, I think other books are in a pipeline that are also as well important, and then you kind of, maybe the book loses steam and sort of, so yeah. I think I think I think I would rather not lose deadlines.
Gotcha.
That's for sure.
Is that do you cut it close on deadlines still, or is that something like, you said that you have in the past
Yeah.
missed it, but are you at a point now where even with procrastination that you still get closer to sort of expectation?
Yes. Yes. I do my best. I do my best not to disappoint people. Yeah. Um, sometimes it gets quite close, and then it usually there is a sort of, I think there is time like that build it in, sort of, kind of, and I had books. I had books that actually were printed. The proofs and FNGs were being, maybe not FNGs. Yeah, they were printed with kind of placeholders of some
Really?
pages, because I just kind of, it just didn't it just sort of still needed the time. There is a saying that, I don't know if there is a saying that everything comes in its own time, and things need its own time to grow, and but it comes, eventually it comes in its own time. So I trust the process. Yeah.
Is there with the uh, making and just being in this industry, do you feel like there are, how do I put this? Do you feel like it's a super tough industry, or do you feel like, and obviously, like, compared to like a firefighter or
Mm-hmm.
to someone who has to like face real danger, obviously that's one thing, but comparing like just structure wise, do you feel a lot of stress with what you do? Does it weigh on you at night? Do you have to constantly sort of take medicine for headaches because you're constantly struggling with stress and things of that sort?
I used to. It used to be very, very, yeah, it used to be, it used to be terrible. I don't think I do that anymore. I got more relaxed, thankfully. I think
Get
that's.
like 9 months to a year to work on a book.
Mm-hmm.
Let's get you back in that like you got to do a book in 2 months. What's the I mean, obviously you said you're not 100% on sort of the exact time frame on certain books, but do you have any sense of what the fastest you've ever done a book is?
Oh, gosh. I know I did in just a few months a book, because it had to be, oh, I think I think it was maybe like maybe 4 months. I don't know. There was I don't remember what was the issue. There was some I don't know. I don't remember, but it's
Just
sort of
time crunch.
time crunch. Yeah. I don't remember which book. I can't think. But yes, I made the decision that I will make it. I will make it on time, and I just decided, and yeah, it's sort of maybe that was when I kind of was a good training for trusting the process, kind of.
Yeah.
Maybe, yeah.
But, shoot, what was I gonna say? I just lost it now. Do you work on multiple book projects at once, or are you sort of one and done and then move on to the next?
I think when I'm done, I think I have done. I have work in the past simultaneously. Although like working on one book that I'm working on art, and that saying simultaneously would be working on sketches for something else. So that also happened.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Sort of the separation. Like that's what I have most of the time. Mm-hmm. Is there's some, like, there might be a gap in between books here and there, mm-hmm. but for the most part it is that, mm-hmm. like, yeah, you're waiting on sketches for one part of the process from mm-hmm. one book, and you're doing the finishes on another. Mm-hmm. And I think that's pretty commonplace, yeah. And I actually think that's kind of happy. Mm-hmm. You're not getting caught up in the details of a singular book. You sort of disconnect from it for a little bit. But that is something that, time-wise, can be also a little challenging too if they line up. I did have one, like, I'm even worried right now with one of the books that I'm working on, that it got pushed off a little bit, mm-hmm. and if another book that is still in question gets signed on, it might be very close in both deadlines. Mm-hmm. I already kind of said, yes, I would like to do this other book, and assuming that they want to stay with that original schedule and have no wiggle, then yes, I'm going to be in some hurt potential come fall. But again, we will make it through. The way to do it, the way to survive. Just to give you a heads up, we got about 23 minutes before it's going to cut us off.
Oh my goodness, I can't believe it.
Okay.
This is
so let me ask you a question. At the beginning of this, you said you were nervous.
Yes, I was nervous.
Are you nervous now?
No, you made it so much nicer and easy. You make it like just a breeze.
Well,
I'm
not fishing for compliments, but I will take those. I will reel those in as fast as I can. But it's one of those things where, like, it's once you get used to just having a conversation, and whatnot, it gets a whole lot easier, I think, on people. But you got to get the initial hurdle of, like, oh man, what am I talking about and how do I do this? I wanted to give you that heads up just so you know that there's going to be a certain point where we just have to stop because of time. I don't even know if I'm going to get this finished before then I stay up later and try to finish this. Because I'm that OCD about making sure I get it done in one sitting. But are there one of the questions I like asking people too, because I think it's just a general enough question that gets good answers, is what equals success?
Oh, wait. There is about motorcycle. Hold on. I get one. Okay.
Oh, I heard it. We live in an area where we get motorcycles outside as well, and so I know the sound well. But the question was sort of, how do you measure success? What is
Oh.
like? Is success financial? Is success security? Is it becoming a superstar?
It's a good question. I can I can I answer? I really don't know.
That's totally fine.
Yeah, I really don't know. That's a good question. I watched your conversations, and I know you asked this question, and I was wondering. I don't know. I really don't know what is successful to me. I think that I don't know. Oh my goodness.
Well, let me ask this then instead. Do you think you've already succeeded?
Maybe. I have books. I would love to do more books. I don't know. There's so many more things I would like to do. But gosh.
Okay, so let's check that then. What are the things that you would like to do? Like, are there? I mean, obviously, like we talked about, like, are there other types of books that you would like to work on? But goals that are outside of that would be rewarding for you, or would change your perception on sort of the value or the success that you've had in your career?
Oh gosh, I don't know. I don't know. I think. Gosh, I think. I don't know. I think I would love to. Jesus, I think I would love to do rescue shelter dogs.
But you're allergic.
I know. I love them so much, and it's just, like seeing the difference in their. Oh gosh, it's heartbreaking seeing seeing a dog that lost all hope, and then seeing the difference when it gets home.
Yeah, when it finds
It's just
forever home. Yeah.
That is so satisfying. I don't know. I don't know. I think that is like so rewarding.
So you know the book in that, right?
Oh yeah,
There's a
yeah.
book there.
It should be. It should be. Yes.
I'm sure there's
Yes.
plenty that are in that same sort of range, but there is a book there that needs to be addressed at a point from somebody. And I'm not saying you need to do it, but it seems like you just set yourself up for doing that by explaining that specific story about dog finding its forever home.
Yes.
So now go write that book. Make it pop-up book.
Yeah.
Or what was it? What was it that I said that was? I don't remember. Oh, the fuzzy book, the book that you can.
Fuzzy.
That's you got to make it that about a dog that finds its forever home.
Mm-hmm.
You get to pet it at the end because
Mm-hmm.
it's in your home, or it's
Mm-hmm.
the reader gets to adopt the dog.
Mm-hmm.
Something there.
Mm-hmm. Yes,
You,
yes.
you
It's
got to figure it out for us. Uh, how much time do you give? Like, are you writing on a regular basis? Do you give a lot of time towards writing?
no, not on a regular basis. I've been working on the fall book, so that's kind of steady to finish. I still have lots to go. So everything else is sort of on hold right now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then when you do have the opportunity, though, are you someone that like sits down on a regular, like, a certain amount of hours per day to write, or are you someone that sort of spends, irregularly gets around to that writing aspect?
I think irregularly. Irregularly. Yeah. That's embarrassing. I guess that's the imposter syndrome. That would be right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That you're
Yeah.
embarrassed by something that you don't really need to be embarrassed by.
Mm-hmm.
Totally in that range.
Mm-hmm.
It's I am not good at setting time aside at all, but I don't think that that's unheard of any sort for a lot of illustrators. But I think, and I don't know if you run into the same problem, but a lot of time where it is for me is that I'm working on a book for someone else. I, I'm working on the illustrations on something for another author or another publisher, whatever it may be. That sitting down and finding time for working on me is a little harder to come by. Or doesn't mean it can't happen, but it's harder to come by. Let's put it that way. And here's a dumb question, because I don't know why I didn't ask this earlier, but are you illustrating full time, or do you have other works that you do?
No, at this moment, just illustrating full time. Yeah.
So what kind of schedule do you keep during the day then?
Well, I have to kind of I have to. There is a lot of glare and sun coming through, so I have to sort of wait till the sun kind of moves around to be able to work on a tablet. So I was procrastinating lately, because running out of layers on Procreate.
Okay, wait. I have to ask a question then about layers on Procreate. What
Okay.
what iPad do you have?
Oh gosh, what do I have? Let me see. Where do you see?
You
have to go.
You go out to your settings, like the little gear,
Okay.
and then there should be a thing
About.
Yeah, about this iPad.
Version iPad. Oh, I have a Renata's iPad.
There should be something that says
It says something at Pro 12-inch 0.9, fifth generation. I don't know.
Generation. That's why. Okay. I'm going to give you and I don't know if this is feasible financially or whatnot, but I'm going to tell you how to make that layer issue go away.
Oh, okay.
Huh?
Yes.
You're excited, right?
Yes.
Okay. So what it is any iPad that does not have the M1 or above chip that's in it.
Oh.
Which means you be in a certain generation of iPad.
M1? Or
M2, M3, M4. I think they're on
okay,
M4 right now. But
yeah.
I had an old iPad wherein I could only on a regular, like, let's say a 10 by 20 spread that I
Mm-hmm.
had on Procreate, that I was only allowed 3 layers.
Oh, I have a little more than that, but it's still,
Yeah, it's still not a lot,
yeah.
right? I switched to the new iPad. I went out and got a new iPad.
Mm-hmm.
That went from 3 layers to 35 layers for the same.
Oh.
And it was a issue with the processing power
Mm-hmm.
of the iPad, and the old iPads did not give enough power to
Oh.
Procreate. It
Oh.
doesn't have RAM essentially to do what it needs to do.
Oh boy.
And so if you get it,
Interesting.
I had a student, I told him about this, and I said, if you go get a new iPad, I bet you will work, and you'll be able to get all the stuff out of it that you need, all the layers that you need out of it without issue. And of course, he went out and did that, and now he's not having an issue one bit.
Oh, nice.
And I bet you that's what's happening there, is that
Oh, nice.
the iPad and um, getting more processing power in it.
Oh, nice.
If that truly is something that's fighting you.
Yes, yes, because I will have I'll make a copy of the file just in case, so I don't screw up or lose something from the work that I have done, and then keep on throwing out some layers and try to work on something else. But when it comes to indecision, because that also happens, then I'll end up in the same situation, that again, running out of layers. And I think that really slows me down, supposed to just keep on working on a page.
Yeah, when I had the issue with that, limited amount of layers, I
Mm-hmm.
I was doing a thing where it was like I would work on it and then I would dump it out as a flat file
Mm-hmm.
back in. I would save it to Photoshop, so I still had
Yes.
the
Mm-hmm.
the file to be able to play with
Mm-hmm.
if it came down to it. But then I would go in and I would, add some more, flatten it, add some more, flatten it. And
Mm-hmm.
over
Mm-hmm.
time, it got to a point where it was just so frustrating
Mm-hmm.
that I got the new iPad. Now, I got this years ago, but it has been, I've not had any problems since doing it. So that's my suggestion, is
Wow,
upgrade
that's, I have to look into
upgrade your tech.
that. Gosh, it's so expensive now.
Mm-hmm.
That's crazy. I won't even go there. I mean, this is really crazy. But yeah, thank you for the suggestion. I will
And
try
I
to
don't work
investigate
for
it.
Apple, and I'm telling you, this is like, I don't get a cutback for that,
Yeah,
but
yeah,
it's
yeah.
it made illustrating books for me on an iPad, and doing detail and like touch up and whatnot,
Mm-hmm.
actually feasible to do, because I was just
Mm-hmm.
program and fighting the RAM of the actual or the processing power
Mm-hmm.
altogether.
Mm-hmm.
All right, it looks like we only got about 8 more minutes left, and then we're gonna have to wrap up
Oh boy.
on the session here.
Oh
Um,
boy.
how's the work coming along?
Looks good. How is yours? I have to look on. Have to
I'm
get up.
struggling. I'm struggling with it. I can't figure out this hair
Oh,
the way I wanted the hair to work out, and so
oh,
I'm
it was very playful.
repainting
Mm-hmm.
repainting the hair for myself, because
Mm-hmm.
it got too wild.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna
How do you deal with things that you kind of figure out that you have to scrap it and try again, or how do you how do you deal with things
yeah.
that
go awry. I generally fight through it. It's
Mm-hmm.
rare for me to drop a piece altogether.
Mm-hmm.
I am someone who has the tendency to just say, if I keep pushing hard enough or keep playing with it, I will find something that makes sense. But I see someone just joined. Luciana Illustration says, "Oh, is this Renata? Wait, Liwska? Did I get it right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes.
They're a huge fan,
Oh.
and they're working at Procreate right now, but not at the beginning. So if you go back and watch the beginning, you will see that. Yeah, no, I try to fight through. Every once in a while, I will hit something that just there's no way to actually do. But it is a known risk. Let's put it that way. That it's not going to be perfect every single time. So it is. I think, and you know this too, just as someone who is a traditional material person. In general, it's that's part of the game. You have to. You're again. You don't have the undo button. You don't have the ability to go and play a way that allows you to go back and retry. And so go like repaste stuff down here, but at a certain point it's easier just to like cover it up and then try redrawing on top of it and see what happens. So let me do this. Because we only have a few minutes left, what I'm going to do is I'm going to stop painting once I get this hair in a little bit, and then back I can switch to a face camera if you're okay with that, and then we can do a little send off for the evening, and I can say thank you and all the fun stuff that goes along with it. And one thing that I ask everybody do, if they're willing, you don't have to do this, but if you end up posting the work at any point here that you worked on tonight, if you would tag me in it.
Oh yes, of course.
Instagram, that'd be cool. Because I get to watch the video, but after the fact. But seeing the work up close after it's been scanned and all the details are put in and all that kind of stuff is always very rewarding. So, and I will do the same once this guy gets posted at some point. I will do that. All right, I have painted that enough that I can let it dry. Okay. I'm gonna switch back to the camera. Ready?
Okay. Let me switch. And where do you switch?
Let me, let's see this little one. Area, that little...
Oh, wait. Okay. I think. Oh gosh, I think.
It's on your ceiling now.
Oh, got it.
Okay.
Hi! Yay!
My wife posted that you're an official Gab'n Dude, which means that you lasted the full 4 hours.
Oh my goodness.
Not everybody does it, but you made it through. Again, I want to say thank you for joining us tonight. I'm a huge fan. I cherish the books. As I said at the beginning of this, Red Wagon, I have like a spot in my heart. There was a moment last year, I think, that let me see. You have books that are beautiful.
Thank you.
And I brought in your book as one of those, like, you just need to see these books all over Renata's work. So I thank you enough, and I hope you have a lovely evening.
Well, thank you for inviting me. It was really nice. I very much enjoyed it, and I really like what you do.
I'm very honored that you took the time with us. Otherwise, I want you to go have a lovely evening. I know it's 10 o'clock there.
Almost yes, 10. It is.
Yeah. There you go. I will say, I started off the evening by saying I'm sorry about the U.S. I will say, for anything else that happens,
I hope it's only temporary.
Yeah. But if you're ever at any events and I happen to be there of any sort, like if you go to any of the like ALA or any of those kinds of things, if you see me around, say hi. I will do the same. I will come running up and say thank you, thank you, thank you again.
I will give you a big hug.
Okay. All right.
Thank you.
You
You
go have
have
a
a
lovely
wonderful
evening.
evening.
All right. You too.
And how do I
Oh,
exit
there's
this?
the X button. Okay. Bye.
There's an okay. Bye. Thank you.
Bye.
Bye bye.
All right, folks. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to, because this is going to end here in just like a matter of a minute or two, I'm going to let it end early, or I'm going to stop it early. I still want to finish this piece, which has probably another, like, I'm going to guess maybe a half hour to an hour left in it, somewhere in that range. And so I'm going to keep hauling away on this and trying to get to the point where I want it. And which means I need to set up the feed to go again, or to go longer. Let's put it that way. And so I just need to start this cycle again, the new 4 hours of options. So for those that are watching, if you want to tune back in, I will be back on in a matter of about 2 minutes, and then I'll continue to work and I can answer questions from all of you. All right, bye. Oh wait, real quick before I forget, next week we have on Rob Saya Jr., who I think is our first returning guest. But apart from Gab'n Doodle, I think he's the first returning guest. And he has a new book that's coming out that he wanted to promote. And so he's going to come on. So we've already had a big conversation. It'll be interesting to see what happens, because I'm going to have to go back and watch the original to make sure that I remember what we talked about, so we don't. We are back. This is part 2 of A Night of Gab'n Doodle. Now, on the first part, we had Renata Liwska. There we go. Join us, and she was wonderful. I am here trying to finish what I started, and it's going to take a little bit of time to get it done, but I'm going to see what I can get done in the. I'm going to give myself maybe about an hour max. Try to get this done, because I have other stuff I got to do tomorrow, and I don't want to be a complete zombie for that. So we will try our best to get this done in the time frame allotted. I need my eraser though to get started on this, and I don't know where my eraser is. It's under this mess somewhere, I think. It's half the time. Okay, for anybody that's watching, I know this is probably not the most exciting thing in the world for me to talk about this, but half the time I'm looking at my desk, there's so much scrap of paper and things that what I want is literally right in front of me, and I don't see it because there's so much visual junk, let's put it that way, that it's hard to like see where I need to or see the thing that I'm looking for, let's put it that way. I found it. I found the eraser, but what I'm trying to do is give the hair texture, essentially, with these stripes, and I wasn't super pleased with it at first. It's a little better now. Now that I went dark. Originally it was lighter colors. For anybody that also cares, thank you, Scott. This was the original sketch. I don't know if I'm going to draw the little, the little chains that come in, but this little girl reading this book hanging upside down, and then these need to have trees and not trees, but what do you want to call those? Leaves and sticks and branches and things of that sort in them. So that's what I need to do, getting this moving forward, and maybe some other work on the book and maybe the leg. I'm not a big fan of this heel, honestly. This heel could be tweaked, and I might actually try to touch up the I might actually just put a shoe on it in general, but I'm not a huge fan of that altogether. But the goal tonight was to put hair in that was sort of like this, and then also to put in bricks behind, little subtle bricks. And so I got little subtle bricks that are back there, or texture that essentially is like the school behind this girl reading upside down.
Oh, I need to do one thing in the chat for those that are tuning in. If you have questions or things that you would like to talk about, you're more than welcome to put them in the chat. Let me get that in here. So, see if I can do this. Okay, so let me just pin that here real quick. There we go. So, again, if there's something that you would like to chat about, something that feels like it'll be a fun topic, I'm more than happy to chat and talk about anything and everything. First topic I will start tonight, for those that care. I'm sure everybody cares. I mean, who doesn't care? But my wife and I just finished a show called The Residents. That's a whodunit. That was very, very good. And so if you like mysteries, it was pretty top notch and worth checking out. It was funny. Yes, it was very funny. There's a lot of good pacing. That's one of the things I like about it the most, was sort of the speed at which people talked. And it can be a little confusing, admittedly, at times, but it really added to the pressure of the situation. And the director, whoever it is, I don't know the name of the director, but the editing was also very fun. And so if you like mysteries, whodunits, whodidits, who ding dong doodlets, worth checking out, called The Residents. It's about the White House where the president stays. Okay, so the cosmic fish. Okay, so here's a couple of tips. So the question or the concern here is that when they put white colored pencil down on top of gouache, is it acrylic gouache? Gouache watercolor, that somehow won't pop out. Okay, so here's a couple of different solutions that I would throw at you. One of those is, it may be like gouache in general should be relatively matte, and same thing with watercolor. It shouldn't really have a plasticky sheen like acrylic would, so it should take colored pencil. However, the challenge is the pigment in the colored pencil versus the what do I want to say, the surface is really dependent on a couple of different factors. And one of those factors is the tooth of what you're working on. So like if you're working on watercolor paper or paper in general that has tooth basically means like the texture to the paper. So if you have a lot of texture to your paper, it's going to pick up pigment easier, right? But one of the bigger factors is actually the type of color pencil you're using and what material it is. So Prismacolor and Faber-Castell, which are some of the sort of bigger brands that you'll find around, are good brands, but they also are different. One of them has more of a wax base to it, and one of them has a oil kind of base. Like I'm not saying it's exactly that, but it's in that same vein. And the problem is they don't all work great on things that have pigment down, especially if it's dark pigment, that it can be really hard to get it to stick So one of the things that I have found that I've been a little bit more in love with just in general is getting away from those pencils and moving towards Caran d'Ache colored pencils. And in particular, they sell what is this one? This one is this is Caran d'Ache. Supra Color Soft. And so it's a little bit softer. It's a little bit more like a pastel in some sense, but it's still, prismatic color can be a little bit challenging because of that. So like this doesn't move around when I use some of these these Caran d'Ache ones. They're a little bit more expensive, I think, but they also make a Caran d'Ache pastel pencil that's really good. And so these are the same things. Caran d'Ache, pastel pencil. And so if I go to put something like, I don't know if I have anything that's like black around here that I can use. I probably have some scrap here, but I can use something like this. Relatively dark, and I put this down, it's going to make a really nice bright line on top. It's a matter of just this one, like as you touch it more and more, it is pastel, so it will go away over time, but it has enough pop that it should sit on top of that surface without issue. And so it's a matter of just getting yourself maybe a different type of colored pencil for that specific color, if that's a real challenge for you. I have found for myself that there are certain colors that Prismacolor does really well, certain colors that Faber-Castell does really well, certain colors that Caran d'Ache does really well, and it's a matter of just, you may not have a set of a particular one that is the go-to at all times, and it may be just you buy colors individually. Originally I bought like Prismacolors as a, I think a lot of people get them originally because you can buy a box, a 48 set of those colors, but in reality, you can also buy them individually. So I actually buy my colored pencils individually now through a place like dickblick.com, where you can order just a single pencil if you want, or you can order multiple pencils, or you can order sets and things of the sort. And so I think it does make a difference over time getting the choice of how you want those colors to sit, or what colors you want, or all those different variables. I think it's worth spending the extra cash to have that sent, so I don't have to fight pigmentation in the same way. Let's see, I'm trying to figure out, that's the wrong angle. That's the one I want. Are there other questions? Things I can help with? Let me give this clunky funky shoe there. That's better. And I should say, with those Prismacolor and Faber-Castell, that's at least what I was told about. One's waxier and one's oil, or more of an oily, greasy base. I forget which one's which. I don't know if that's 100% true. Take it as you will. But I do think that there is something to be said about each colored pencil has its own variable as far as the way that it adheres or takes or what have you, and the more that you are open to exploring different types of colored pencils, I think that would make your life easier. Yes, I will show you the hair up close in just 1 second. Let me just give her some shoelaces on there. And touch up these teeth. I forget about touching up these teeth. Okay, so here's the hair up close. Hold on a second, I gotta stand up to get this to show up. And so it's just a lot of texture. There's nothing really special about it. It's got a bunch of different layers in there, and I still might come back in and like tone them out a little differently. Like I was thinking I might come back in and sort of fade from some of those spots where the hair comes together, darken up some of the stuff that sits in the back, just to get different tone and texture. Variety. It's not a texture I'm super excited about right now. I think it needs quite a bit of work, but it's getting there. It also needs, and I forgot to do this, it also needs a little touch here. And a little touch here. So the hair is not just in the front or on top. That she has hair that goes behind her ear and neck and stuff like that. So it feels a little more robust. As a hairdo. There we go. I'll touch those up later. But okay, now I do want, where is that? Light blue pencil, there it is. Thank you, Kokobee Studio, I think. So. Let's see if I can get. Color that in a little bit there. I'm still not sold on this hair. It's being really problematic to me. I don't know if I need to try something really wild and different. In here, let me see. I'm gonna go a little crazy here for a second, so bear with me. I want to see what happens. Not sold on that either. I've just been so long on the hair that I'm like, ooh, it's bothering me. All together bothering me. I mean, do I want to do something this crazy and this late in the game? Is that crazy? Do I want to redo the hair and reattach hair to this? And redraw? What? I know, I kind of like it now that I look at it. I'm not feeling this hair right now. It just seems problematic to me, and I kind of like the like vibrant yellow. Why do I do these things to myself? What? I didn't hear what you said. Okay, I'm gonna see. I'm gonna do a little test. I'm not nixing it yet, but I'll see what happens if I cut big chunky. Oh man, I just ruined that page. There we go. Okay, I'm gonna see. This will give us. I still might get that texture, but just with lighter colors. I think it just got way too dark. So here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna take some of this white paint I got. I need to put out some other paints out here. I don't know what you just said, Lauren, but what? Because of the dark hair? This is the eye shape. I mean, it's not meant to be a little. My wife's saying it doesn't read completely as a little kid. It's not meant to be a young kid. It's meant to be like a 10 or 12-year-old. So I don't know if that changes things for you, Lauren. But just to give you a sense of the age range I was going for was a little older than usual. So here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna use some of these colors, put some of these little touches in like I had on the other. Just so it has a little. But it's just not so pure of a yellow. What? Well, it has that sort of like, yes, I can see that. My wife says it has a little middle-aged lady vibe to it, and that's sort of intentional with it. But I understand the concern. I want her to feel a little bit like she's one of those, and so this will explain why that doesn't hit me as bad. You know those kids that like the parent in the like 80s would make their kid feel or dress them up a little bit like themselves in like school photos, where it's like they have that sort of older look to them. That's kind of the vibe that I'm going for a little bit, but I guess I'm less concerned maybe than you are on that one, but I can't believe Cookie Studio. I use acrylic wash and acrylic, but acrylic wash for majority. The only thing I use acrylic really is just my black and white. So here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna take this. I'm gonna stage it so I can see what it would look like if it was on there. Let's cut this down. if I made this on this range, it goes up to about there. Cut that away. Go see if I can cut this a little bit more specific to. There's a little poof going on there. This one needs to go that way. If I need to patch it, I can always patch it. If I take something like this, I put it right about here. Let's do that. And let's go cut this so it, I might need to do this with a blade here. Or with a pencil. Let's see, I'll pencil it first. So it needs to go this way. And this one needs to go starting right about there. Okay, let's try this. That will give us a sense of whether this is going to work or not. I can always touch up little moments of this if need be. So that's like, that should go up higher there. I kind of think this is so much funnier with the blonde hair. Big poof of blonde that's hanging down. So I need my eraser. So, under the assumption I put that same texture back on, and we just lighten this, I think I'm in favor of this one. I'm just getting it stuck down in the right spot, and then tweaking that little yellow that's there. Okay, I'm doing it. I'm doing it. Even though I know some people like the dark hair, I'm doing the light hair. I think the dark hair just got away from me, that's all. It's about making it feel right. So, that was right up against that. That ear, that's gonna come out that way. Oh, I need it. I think right there is where I need it. Okay. So now let's press that down, then I will tweak edges with the blade accordingly. So the equivalent of that. Let me get my good little blade here. Just cut that ear. That ear is a little bit more exposed. That down a little. That ear. Okay. Enough glue down that this actually sticks. Sit up. There we go. Let's get a little bit more down over here. Okay, I like it that's lighter already. That is helping me. So now it's a question of just, can I get... I had a pink. Is it? Where's the pencil sharpener? This one's sharpened, and I might grab one other, like... That's color. Let me see. I'm gonna find the right color here. I mean, that could work, but that one's probably, yeah, that one's good. I like that one. No, wait. Something Andrea. The Natano the Andrea? Not another Andrea. I really struggled with that. That's funny. Thank you. Natano the Andrea. That's what I said. Let's not talk about it. Kobe Studio says, what are you using right now? What do you mean, what am I using right now? Huh? I don't know if you mean just like what materials. Right now I'm using my these are, let's see, these are all Prismacolor. This is just pure paper that I'm working on here, so it's not like I mean there's a tiny little bit of acrylic wash on it, but very, very little, and so the doesn't really matter what color pencil I use, it's going to go down really easy on this. And so I'm just kind of putting in or re-putting that texture that these weird bobbles. I'm trying to get a little bit more irregular with and allowing lines to be a little bit sloppier and goofier. Put them. Let's see. I just got to keep sharpening my pencil. It's the challenge. Just colored pencil so far, yes. So I'm trying to put these lines in, the center point lines, a little off in each case. And making sure the number of stripes in these are inconsistent. one's sort of this greeny yellow. What is this called? Ginger root. This already feels better to me. I don't know if people agree. This is working better than what it was before. Doesn't mean it's perfect. So what other questions do people have? What can I answer? Let's see, is there any other colors I can add in the mix that wouldn't be throwing this thing off? This one could work. I want to do pink. Okay, and then I need this green one here. Anywhere else I need? Oh, I need blue one in there. We're getting there. Okay. Why does my feed keep stopping? It's doing it over and over again. Okay, so I need to do one little touch up color wise. Luckily I have this yellow. It's basically the color that we're talking about. I just get a little bit of that yellow right there. I tweak that little beep boop, as it's called in the language of love. And then I might also do some little tiny little like flyaways here. So we get little like crazy nested curls. let's use the old digger brush. Here, let's clean up. Smush, smush, smoosh, smoosh. See it there. Let's grab this. We're going to this guy and separations there. Give some lines that imply sort of that the face is stretching, the direction that it's stretching. Okay. What I'll do is come in here with my pure white, if I can get pure white on the brush. Do it on not all chunks of the chain, but on pieces of it. And that way, some chunky white paint there. In fact, maybe I just do that with a different color altogether. Let's see. So I can get in here and we'll hit it with titanium again. So again, if anybody has any questions, ask away. Now is a good time to do that. Ooh, God. Bad times. I just got color in a thing I didn't want to get color in. There we go. Or pure white, and I dropped a bunch of hot pink into it. That was not great. So let's get some. I thought I had. Maybe I don't. Get some other colors up in this bar. Now, let's get this one sharpened. I want to see what happens if I... Oh yes, I can do that. Okay. Sharpen, sharpen, sharpen. Let's see. And then I want to get my purple. Is that the same purple? Do I have two of the same thing? Lavender. Yeah, I do. I don't need both those. I just need one. Do this to the other side too. Okay. What did I just do? Oh, it's this one. There we go. A little yellow in there. Pee-pee stain yellow. I was getting tired. Hey, Lauren. I need a good title to put on this book. Is there any funny titles that you can think of, or any puns, or what? Gravity. A Guide to Gravity. What? What about Newton's laws? Or Newton's apple? What? I think Isaac Newton might be actually pretty. Just the life and times of Isaac Newton. Because Isaac Newton invented gravity. You know it's not real because it's just a theory? Alicia Nash, thank you. It's different than what I wanted originally. This was the color palette I was going for originally. But it became this. I'm okay with it though. And if you look back, if you go back and look at part 1, you can see what color the hair became and why it became this. This color is a change. Let's put it that way. Isaac is spelled I-S-A-A-C, right? Let's see. Oh, maybe I need that other one. Where's the other one I just threw back? Because this one is having problems. I have to put one back in here. Was this? Where is it? Is that it? Yeah. Let's see what it looks like upside down. It's off center. Maybe I need to make a separate little placard for that. It's a slightly different color that sits on top. Let's see. Needs more of this angle. Is that too narrow for what we need? It is. Let me try it again. It should be Sir Isaac Newton, I just realized too. That would make a lot more sense. Let's see. I should probably map this out in pencil this time. So listen now. Okay, we're getting there, we're getting there. Oh, my hand is cramping now. Now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take this one, yeah, this one. I'll put a little over here like this. A couple little mine. Oh, what did I just drop? Please don't tell me that was a Prismacolor. Oh no, okay. I still don't know how it's gonna hold up because that was a Karen Dosh pencil, which may be just as dangerous because of the fact that I think it is got some pastel aspect to it. So hopefully that does not ruin that pencil. But we will find out eventually. Eventually. Okay. Yes, yes, yes. Is it this one? No. What was the color I had? Was this it? Ginger root, yes. You got it? getting close, Lauren. We're getting close. What? I was gonna see something. I don't think that's really gonna make a difference if I use that color. Let's see if I can get a different color in the mix here. It's gonna be too gray. You won't even see it. Okay. Maybe it's not necessary. The other sticks in this. Ugh. Stupid edge of tissue paper. Where's my eraser? Again, where to go? There it is. Now, the only other thing I thought about was maybe putting one little thing right down here I thought about like change falling out of a pocket, which would be funny. But I think it's easier just to leave it without. Okay. What is that? Shave down these spots right here. I mean, I could put like a bike rack or something back there. I don't know if I want that, but I could. I wonder what it would look like if I did that. Let's just see. Let's try a different color. Just for the sake of argument. This could be the same. I could update the shoe to match this too. Second. Yeah, get back in here. Bad idea if I did that. And then like a bicycle tire right there. And then update that same color. And redo that shoe. I think would be the second time I've redone the shoe for the foot. So I kind of like that color. Lauren, can I get your thoughts on this? I'm looking at changing the color of the shoe. And then potentially a bike rack with like, if I can get, I don't know if I have the right color, but let's just say for the sake of argument, whoa, hold on a second. Give me a second and I'll show you what I was thinking. Is that too weird like this? I mean, I would draw spokes and stuff. I understand the concern though, because yeah, I don't want it to look like it's coming out of the hair either. I feel like it needs something down that corner. Can you tell me if there's anything that needs down that corner? I mean, it could be something else too. It doesn't have to be. I mean, just by having like something over here just kind of helps color-wise. What? A bench is not a bad idea. I could do that. Okay, I can do that. There's a little thing like a seat. It's just like right here. So it's like a little thing sitting right there with little like black bit in between. Yeah, okay, that's it. Thank you. Did you say thank you to me? Oh, okay. I thought you said, well, thank you. Okay, let's get some color in there. Let's get some color in there. Let's get that black pencil. Let's get pencil sharpener. Oh, you know what else I need? I need a little touch of white. Little white socks. Okay, there's that. Let's get a bench in there. Okay, was there one other thing I was going to do? One. That bench like that. And then, oh, it was the pants. Or the shorts. Not completely sold on the shorts either. So it's a question of, do I want to try to cover them up? Which I don't know if I want to do. Do I want to try to lines in between all of them, which I think is probably the best solution. This means I need to have a fact, what I might do is get a little extra there, much there. The chin, shadow these, shadowed that. Okay. I think that may be it. Maybe, oh, you know what I'm gonna do? What pencil was that is the question. It's probably this one, yes. Put some more pages in there. There we go. Get a little dark notch right there. To showcase it kind of separated from the bind. And let's go put some other touches of color on stuff, and then we can probably out. Only other thing I'm going to try to do is darken up some of these chains. I might have to Photoshop brighten up the white on these together. I can try to do some of it here. Let's see. There's my white. And that's it. I'll touch of white. Okay. I think that's it for the night, people. I think I done did it. It was a long haul, but let me clean up some of this mess. And I'll put it in a spot where you can see it all nice and lovely. Some of these cards I might keep, not a lot of them. Okay. Get this over here, all the paint's over there. Doo-ba-doo-ba-doo, over there. I can go down there, let's see. Colored pencils can go away. Yeah. Let's go back in the container. Go back to your home. And go up there. This is color pencil. This is paint marker. That's original sketch. This can go over here. This can go over here. The rest of this I can clean up later. And then we just grab the nice little board that I bought for doing this now. We'll end on this. Brand new black foam core board to put it on. Look at that, nice and clean. So I'm gonna zoom in on this. So we get the piece. Let's see if I can get this up and underneath. I guess I can't zoom in completely. So we'll zoom in like this so you can see it better like that. And then this is the scratch we did, and that's the finish. So much better with the light here. So much better. Okay, you all have a lovely evening. I will see you, well, depending. I will see you next week on Thursday at 8 o'clock when we have on Rob Saya Jr. However, this Saturday, in 2 days, one at 11:45 to 12:45, and another one at 3:30 to 4:30, I'll be doing a live 1 hour special event with, the first one was with John Patrick Green, who is famous for the Investigators kids graphic novel. And the other one is Nathan Hale, who's known for The Mighty Bite. So John Patrick Green will be at 11:45. Nathan Hale will be at 3:30. I'll be coming to you live on the internet with the Kids Graphic Novel Festival put on by the Silver Unicorn in Acton, Mass. And so I will be there doing a hour-long live drawing session with them and a bunch of people in attendance. Real quick, GionSubic.art. Do you save these ones to do a gallery show? Are these up for sale? I have to put more up on my website. That's something I need to do over the summer. They are, if there's one in particular you want, just DM me, and I will quote you a price. I do have originals up for sale on my website at Studiohoffmann.com. At some point, I probably should have make a collection. Oh, you know what I should do, Lauren?
Yeah, what?
Make a book of all of these, or the ones my favorites. Get a book printed. Anyways, I would have to design it like crazy because they're all different sizes and shapes and whatnot. But I do sell stuff. It's a matter of just, you gotta, right now, if it's not one that's already on my site, you just gotta ask me, and I'd be happy to quote a price. So yes, if you're interested in something like this or interested in something else, just holler at me. If someone wants to do a gallery show, if there's a gallery out there that wants to do something, I'm happy to do a gallery show of all of these that I've done for people to come look at. So anyways, that's it for the night. You all have a lovely evening. Again, Saturday at 11:45 and 3:30, I have 2 hour-long specials with John Patrick Green and Nathan Hale. And then next Thursday, I'll be back with Rob Saya Jr. Otherwise, you all have a lovely evening. Good night.